Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will be muted. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. At this moment, we have items 10, 11, and 12 requested for exclusion. Are there any other items that alders would like to pull from the consent agenda? Alder Carter?
No, you said pull from?
Yeah.
Never mind.
All right, so right now we will take separately items 10, 11, and 12. Let me also note for you that we have registrants on item 8, Jim Rogers of Surrey Circle in support, available to answer questions. Jacob Klein of South Park Street in support, available to answer questions, representing JT Klein Company Incorporated, and Sean O'Brien of Sawtooth Drive in Fitchburg in support, available to answer questions. Are there any questions for those registrants or any desire to pull that item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, then again, we will take up separately items 10, 11, and 12. Alder Carter, a motion on the consent agenda?
I move the consent agendas, items 1 through 9.
Mayor, really quick, sorry to interrupt. It looks like we do have a registrant for item 6 who is registered neither support nor oppose and would like to speak.
All right, then we will pull item 6 as well from the consent agenda. And I do appreciate that heads up. For some reason, my speaker list is not updating itself. I have to actually refresh the whole page. So if you can keep an eye on that, I'd appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the consent agenda. Alder Badar, a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any questions or any discussion on the balance of the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will record that vote and we will move on to item number 6, which is Legistar 62438, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute agreements on behalf of the Dane County Continuum of Care for their Emergency Solutions Grant Program supplemental funds. And Alder Carter, a motion.
I move adoption of item 6.
Alder Badar, a second. Moved and seconded. If you could call tech facilitator on our registrant, please.
Yep. So we have Heidi
Wegleitner.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And Heidi, you should be unmuted.
Go ahead, Heidi. Oh, you need to unmute yourself, Heidi. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really just wanted to call the committee's attention to the huge gap that we have, this unmet need. As you'll see, there's only 3.4 total million in funding through the HUD ESG CV that's coming through the COC funding process, as well as the City of Madison. And that means there are about $7 million worth of projects that were unfunded through this process. And I know, the city and county have both been trying to prioritize homelessness prevention and ensuring safe sheltering for people experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. But as you can see from the large list of proposals, whether that's in street outreach or prevention or housing programs, there is quite the unmet need here. And we have the Homeless Services Consortium is very concerned by the number of people that are on the wait list for shelter, as well as the number of people sleeping outside currently who are facing a cold winter ahead. And looming on my mind as an eviction defense attorney is the continued evictions that are occurring in spite of the federal CDC order that people don't know about, that there are exceptions to, and a whole bunch of confusion as to tenants' rights and responsibilities during this time. Moreover, as you consider the 2021 budget later on in your agenda and in the coming weeks, please keep these unmet needs in mind. And also consider that at the end of December, the federal CDC order, which right now is protecting tenants who know about it and can sign the proper declaration, and in Dane County who are being evicted for non-payment of rent. But come January, that order expires. And where we've seen, a reduced number of evictions because of the varying types of relief programs and emergency orders that have been in place from time to time over the last several months, none of that will be mitigated come January at the coldest time of year. And I'm really concerned about how that will impact the homeless numbers and how people will be facing the loss of housing and displacement through eviction. So I do thank you to the Community Development Division and the mayor for the maintenance of the current level of eviction defense legal services funding. I appreciate that. I am very worried, though, that we have a crisis, a looming crisis that we keep, kind of pushing off, but we don't have a real solution to address. Of course, we hope the federal government steps up, but we need to act locally as well. So just wanted to call your attention to the $7 million of requests that have not been funded as of this time, and hope that is on your mind as you can continue with the budget process in the coming weeks. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll be certainly engaging in this process as things move forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Wegleitner. Are there questions from the body for the supervisor? Seeing none, Supervisor Wegleitner, I do actually have a question for you. Is there any update that you can give us from the county budget process on these issues?
The county executive's budget included $3 million for night shelter, and that is pretty much it. There is, $9 million that will be able to be used for hotel sheltering under some modification of the Treasury guidelines. And I do understand that, the ESG-CV funds also heavily invest in shelter. So those are the only updates I have at this time. The Health and Human Needs Committee, which oversees this department, will be taking up budget amendments on October 22nd.
Great. Thank you very much for that update. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other registrants on that item? No. All right. So are there any questions for staff on item number 6? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item number 6? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And we will go on to item number 10, which is Legistar 62434, amending the apportionment policy for the State Street Mall and Capitol Concourse special charge to approve the schedule of special charges for 2019 and 2020 maintenance charges. And I don't believe we have any registrants on this item. So Alder Carter, a motion.
Move adoption of item 10, 62434.
Alder Badar, second.
Second.
Thank you. Alder Verveer, this was your request, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a substitute motion to re-refer this item to our next regular committee meeting.
There's a motion. Is there a second to re-refer?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Alder Verveer, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you. As I believe was noted on the proposed consent agenda list that was distributed by the Finance Department staff this afternoon, this item was prematurely placed on our agenda. The Finance Committee is the lead committee referral, and the Downtown Coordinating Committee is scheduled to take this up this Thursday at our meeting then. And I would prefer that DCC have the opportunity to weigh in and give their recommendation to us on the Finance Committee. There's no objection by the Park Superintendent to the request to re-refer this.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion or questions? So the motion is to re-refer. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. And we'll go on to item number 11, which is Legistar 62409, creating sections of the MGO to establish a small business equity and recovery COVID grant program ordinance. Alder Carter, a motion?
Yes, I move adoption of item 11, 62409.
Second.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any registrants on this item. So are there questions for staff on item 11, or is there discussion? Alder Verveer?
Thank you again, Mayor. I do have some questions of staff, please. So Matt Mikolajewski, I know, can answer these. I'm very excited that this is moving forward, but actually my first question is somewhat of a legal one. So perhaps Attorney Haas, or I didn't see Attorney Ramakrishna in the list earlier when I looked, but if he's here, he could obviously help answer this first question as well. So my first question, gentlemen, whoever wants to answer this, relates to the eligibility. And I was, as I say, excited to see the language and us moving forward on this part of SBER, this sub-program, if you will, of SBER. What I was a little confused about was the eligibility, because I was under the impression, largely through several conversations with staff over the last few months, that the city attorney's office had opined that if we restricted eligibility for SBER programs, we could find ourselves in violation of our own EOC ordinance. So I was curious if Matt or the city attorney could explain the departure from the language in the Commercial Ownership Assistance Program and the Downtown Recovery Program ordinances. Clearly, I know that preference can and should be given to entrepreneurs of color. I absolutely 100% support that. But just if you could explain why perhaps there was evolving legal opinion between the drafting of this ordinance and those other similar ordinances. Thank you.
So I can maybe start. Obviously, I can't speak directly for the city attorney's office. We, though, had a conversation, myself and my colleagues in economic development, with some of our colleagues in the community development division regarding how they've worked through this in some of the programs that they operate. And you'll notice one of the things that we've added under historically underrepresented groups is we've added low income individuals, which significantly broadens the availability of the funding. So when you look at the definition of underrepresented groups in the ordinance that's before you, it includes low income individuals, people of color, veterans, women, disabled, LGBTQ individuals. So it provides a much greater sort of breadth of individuals that would be eligible to receive the funding above and beyond people of color. Obviously, again, I can't speak to if there would not be concerns in the future, but that was the theory behind some of the language changes that we used for this ordinance.
Thank you, Matt. Did Mike wish to weigh in on this? As in Mike Haas?
There we go.
There you go. You should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem getting my video to work. Unfortunately, I have not been privy to any of those discussions, so I'm not sure I can really weigh in very, with anything very definite. I could try to get Kevin on the line if that would be helpful to the committee.
Thank you, Mike. I don't want to hold this up. If it's possible, just on this question of prior legal concerns articulated by your office, it would be helpful if you and Kevin could maybe just get back to me on this question offline, either through a phone conversation or email, because I just am curious, because I have no objection to the language whatsoever. It just sparked my keen interest that we were able to do this with one SBER program, but not the others. And obviously the thinking evolved, and I appreciate, Matt, you pointing out, and I clearly read, that popped out at me immediately as well when I read the ordinance when it was introduced, that we were expanding the eligibility in terms of perhaps, again, use the Equal Opportunities Ordinance, language to say protected classes that are eligible. But again, I thought that the opinion of the city attorney's office, both the prior city attorney and the current city attorney, was that there were concerns with us being in conflict with our own Equal Opportunities Ordinance. But I appreciate the explanation that, CDD staff said that they haven't had these problems or concerns in the past with their programs. So why should EDD have that concern? If I understand what you were saying, Matt.
Alder, I will certainly follow up with Kevin. I mean, I certainly have an interest in knowing if we have changed our opinion and, make sure we're all on the same page, that we're on solid ground. So I will definitely follow up with Kevin. We will get back to you.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Again, Mayor, I have no intention of putting this up, and I would support recommending adoption. I did have one last question, though, if I might, of Matt, and that is, since we have you here, and I know we're all very excited and interested in seeing all aspects of SBER program get off the ground, and we obviously adopted that budget amendment for $750,000 for this year's funding. Could you give us an update on where you and your staff are at with being able to implement the other so-called sub-programs of SBER, and how soon you think we might be able to get other aspects of SBER off the ground?
Sure. We are right now, we're currently focused on kind of preparing for launching this ordinance that's immediately before you this evening. So we're working with IT to get the city webpage up and running. We're working with colleagues throughout, city government to kind of get prepared for this aspect of SBER. The second aspect that we might look into is the online retail, online small business assistance aspect of SBER. And then, as you already noted, the commercial ownership assistance program is already up and running. So we're starting to have conversations with businesses that may be interested in that program. And then the business ready program is something realistically that'll likely get started next year. So in other words, we're looking at first those aspects of SBER that are focused more on immediate response to COVID before us. And then as we head into next year, as a secondary group will be those programs that are focused more on response as we come out, or recovery as we come out of COVID.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the last question, Matt, is I was impressed with how quickly your staff was able to get the program summary and application out relating to the downtown recovery program. How soon do you anticipate that your staff will be able to do the same with the COVID recovery program following, of course, council adoption of the ordinance?
Our goal is to be able to be up and running to receive applications by November 10th, which would be the November tranche of applications, and to start processing those applications in November. And then our goal is the 10th of every month to have a deadline for applications. And then we'll take those applications that we receive by the 10th of every month and work on processing them for the balance of that month. So our goal is to try to be up and running basically the day after the council acts on approving the ordinance.
Great. Thanks very much, Matt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on this item? All right, seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 11? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 11. And we will move on to item 12, which is Legistar 62322, the 2021 Executive Operating Budget. And just so everyone is clear on the order of business here, we will start with public comment. And then if there are any questions for registrants, then we will go into staff presentations. At some point, we will be done with staff presentations and questions, and then we will refer to tomorrow night, and where we do more staff presentations and questions. And at the end of tomorrow night, we'll refer to a future Finance Committee meeting for potential amendment and a vote from the Finance Committee to send the budget to the full city council. So for the public who are interested, you will have multiple future options to weigh in on both the budget and potential amendments to it. This is only the first of many. All right, that said, we do have a number of registrants with us tonight. And our first registrant is Nick Pjevach of Brody Drive, neither supporting nor opposing, to be followed by Dan Rolfs.
Hello. So my name is Nick Pjevach. I've been residing in District 19 for a while, and as I spoke prior to the Finance Committee hearings about the capital budget, I just wanted to make a request of the Finance Committee tonight that during the presentations, both tonight and tomorrow, to please pay attention to which agencies are facing reductions in the proposed executive operating budget for 2021. Obviously, COVID isn't over, and there's a lot of things that you're attempting to juggle as our elected officials, but also we're paying attention, and we are really looking for you all to help make sure that the needs that you are hearing and addressing the cries from our communities that have been occurring since March, but really for forever, and that we're ready for you to take the lead and to be bold and to make sure that Madison is a place where everyone can thrive. Thanks.
Thank you. Next registrant is Dan Rolfs of Oak Ridge Ave, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, representing the Madison Professional and Supervisory Employee Association, to be followed by Lara Mainella.
Good evening, Mayor and Finance Committee. Appreciate your time. As noted, I'm here on behalf of the Madison Professional and Supervisory Employee Association, along with our fellow members of our coalition, Local 6000, Local 236, and the Madison City Attorneys Association. We are here to bring forward an issue of grave concern to the general municipal employees. Alders Revere and Furman have heard our comments and testimony at the Committee on Employee Relations, but we bring this forward to you as part of your discussion regarding the operating budget for 2021. The executive operating budget is currently proposed. It does not include any increase for general municipal employees in 2021. Furthermore, there are noted in that budget, there are 2 to 4 furlough days for all general municipal employees next year. That does not include police, fire, or Teamsters and Metro drivers. As of January 1st of 2021, we will be 6% behind all those other employees. And the city has had a long-standing policy and long-standing goal of having wage equity between the different employee groups to ensure morale and to attract the best and brightest to our city to ensure that we have the best services possible. All of this is on top of the fact that there are increases in health insurance costs for our members next year. All of this is really rough timing. This is a bad year. Obviously, we are aware that COVID has had an impact on the city, but these impacts will fall most heavily upon, quite frankly, the least paid of our employees. Layoffs, furloughs, increases in healthcare, and no pay increase will punish those among the city employees who are least paid. Honestly, this is the first time in my memory where we have been to the Committee on Employee Relations. They have to discuss wage equity. We have been to the CER. They took the proposal that we brought forward, the proposal that we crafted at the request of Labor Relations in the administration, and recommended that this proposal be endorsed or an alternate path to wage equity be endorsed to achieve wage equity by 2024. We were at the CER last Thursday, and this process is, quite frankly, running behind. We need to be hopefully included in next year's operating budget with some sort of place for wage equity to begin the path towards that, so that when we get to 2021 and 2022, it's possible for us to catch up to wage equity to our fellow employees in police and fire. We appreciate your time and consideration. Some of our other folks from the MCAA, Local 6000 and Local 236 will also be commenting on this matter. but I urge you to give this strong consideration as we move into 21. City employees provide good and valuable service to the city, to our citizens, regardless of what happens. When there's a flood, a fire, when things go badly, when there's a stormwater problem, or even just businesses that need assistance, we are there to provide those services. We work long hours, and I believe that we deserve to be compensated appropriately for those things. Thank you again for your time, and I hope that we can see your support to get a path to wage equity in the near future.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lara Mainella of Seminole Highway, neither supporting nor opposing, representing the Madison City Attorneys Association, to be followed by Alexandra.
Lara, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lara Mainella. I am the president of the Madison City Attorneys Association. As many of you know, we're one of the associations, voluntary labor associations that were formed after Act 10 with the goal of being able to meet and confer with city management about our wages, benefits, and working conditions. I don't have much to add over what Dan has already told you, but I thought I might just give a background on the process because this year has been very unusual. We, as the association's the general municipal employees, and by the way, just as a reminder, the general employees are those category of employees who are not considered protective services. So police and fire are not general. Also, the Teamsters are in a different category based on their federal funding status. And so those groups get to bargain. We don't. And the name for us is the general municipal employees. This year, we tried, as we do each year, to have meaningful conversations with management about what's going to happen next year with wages and other things. And because times are very tight, we understood that 2021 was not a great year for, raises, basically. But we're interested in a conversation to bring ourselves back into wage equity. That's sort of the word that we've been using, but that really refers to wage parity, an equal percentage increase with the other groups. And we are way behind. We're going to be 6% behind as of 2021. So for some reason this year, those conversations were not fruitful. They didn't happen. We were just continually told no. So we went to the Committee on Employee Relations. That's normally supposed to happen in late August or early September, but for various reasons, it didn't happen until last Thursday. So we're here tonight just to let you know, the Finance Committee, that when we brought our concerns about achieving wage parity to the Committee on Employee Relations last week, they unanimously supported the concept. And they recommended the package, the multi-year package that the associations presented. Now, I believe Dan Rolfs sent you an email that explains what that wage package is, because it's kind of complicated and I could read it out loud, but it's dense. It involves a series of small raises starting in 22, going through 23 and potentially 24 to get us back in line so that we're no longer 6% behind. So we wanted you to know that that recommendation is coming. It's coming late, and we are asking you to consider the recommendation as part of your 2021 deliberations. If ever there was a year to make sure that city employees are fairly compensated, we feel that that year is right now. We're doing essential work. We're working under all kinds of stress and strain at all hours of the day. So we want you to be able to consider those recommendations, hear more about them, and then consider ways to create wage parity for the general municipal employees. That could begin in 2021. It could begin in future years, but we just want to be able to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alexandra, I believe, Wilburn of Gorham Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Jeremy Ryan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would just like to take the first couple seconds to let everyone know on the Finance Committee that I think that we should work towards a system where you don't have to say you guys don't publicly announce the last name and the street address of people. I just really think about a lot of there are probably there are definitely domestic violence victims who would fear this process and therefore are unable to take part because of past partners. I would just like to say that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was an increase of the police budget, which I am vehemently against. Even Austin, Texas, they actually took a step in defunding the police. I fear that this budget was made in what Martin Luther King Jr. would say, this budget is the product of a white moderate that is upholding white supremacist institutions and is the exact biggest foe in the fight for full civil rights for Black and brown people. I read in the paper the other day, there was a little byline that said the historically well-regarded Madison Police Department. Yeah, that's historically well-regarded by wealthy people, particularly wealthy white people. If you talk to the poor people or any brown person in this community over the past ever, you would say that the Madison Police Department, and a lot of queer folks get treated really poorly by police officers as well, historically and currently. We've been saying that the police have been doing a bad job, and then they get a raise. And then in general, just increasing the budget for them instead of decreasing the budget for them. I can give you a few things that I think could be taken away. The whole police on horses thing, definitely a product of white supremacist thought, and then just retroactively given other reasons for why it's good and not because it, it looks like a straight plantation out there when you see them out there. It's really messed up. Also, police dogs. That's definitely something that you guys, all you really need are bomb sniffing dogs. You don't need all the other dogs. Those also have a history, and the reason why they were brought onto the police was for race terrorism and to terrorize poor people. Just like tear gas is, again, another thing that we could do is stop allowing the law enforcement to do their own studies. They're going to be conducting they were given the task of conducting the study on what's a better chemical agent and less lethal forces to use. We should not give that to law enforcement agencies, and we should give that to people that have background in human behavior. Because instead of thinking about how hard we can punish someone, we should think about how we can work within human behavior to actually de-escalate situations. I did like that we're taking steps to move mental health calls out, although the fire department, mental health professionals that are trained and have experience in mental health care, those should be the people. It should be like, I believe it's the Department of Public Safety. We should really, really, really look at trying to create and bolster the public, create the mental health service training, because you can get a mental health person and train them in like hand-to-hand combat de-escalation, and that's going to work better than people that want to do like physical saving of people or police officers to then get a little bit of training on mental health and behavior of people, and a lot of training on, how to kill people or how to put out fires. As someone with mental health issues, I just don't see a situation where the best person to come to me when I am in distress is a firefighter. And that's not to try to say that they're bad people, or it's just, that's, if I had a fire, I would want them there. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm having a mental health episode, I want someone who is trained in mental health. And again, I'd like to say, as long as the city budget funds Matt Kenny, which it will pay his pension or whatever, and it currently pays his salary and his bills, is that he has killed 2 people. In both instances, he broke procedure when he murdered them. So anytime every single moment he works for the city is getting paid city money. That's fascism. That is just honestly immoral. It's a non-starter when you say, hey, Black community, we want you to trust police again. So what we're going to do is we're going to give them more money, and we're going to leave the guy that murdered a 19-year-old who was unarmed in his home on the force. But I don't understand why you don't want to work with us. So I just really say that those are non-starters, and much more public safety and much more housing instead of kicking people off of the parks. We should be looking to spend money and also stop housing people because of COVID in hotels, not going to last forever. Also, we should the city probably owns or could buy and renovate vacant buildings to house people as this crisis is going to get worse. Rest in peace, Tony Robinson. And that is all. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jeremy Ryan of Odana Road, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Allison Bern.
She will never forget anything. Yeah, I'm happy that you say that. I would like to request permission to turn on video. I've been through this in other committees before. It's absolutely ridiculous after 6 months that you cannot make these meetings as accessible as possible to people with who are hard of hearing. And so as a point of order, and I hope this doesn't take from my time, I would like to request that you allow video for disability accommodation. 6 months is way too long. We've been over this with Mr. Haas already. I'm sure if you want, he can chime in. But you guys really should be allowing video. Jason Glozier, with disability rights, is trying to work on this issue as well. But I find it insulting that your committee, after the mayor had after the mayor's office was already aware of this, that they didn't just institute this policy automatically. So I would like to request that my video be turned on for disability accommodation.
At this point, it is still our policy to not allow registrants to share their videos.
Okay, so you do not want, you don't want disabled people to be able to read lips?
Mr. Ryan, if you'd like to comment, now's your chance.
Okay, if you want to play that game, you can play that game. But it's not going to work out well for you. So now the mayor not only attacked Black people, she attacked the disabled people as well. So I'd like that noted. As far as the budget goes, this budget, the mayor's proposed budget is absolutely horrible, despite the public hearings being overwhelmingly for cutting the police budget. The mayor wants to increase the police budget, and I strongly urge that people do not back her on that. The police are just out of control in Madison, as is evidenced by so many incidents, and the community wants less police, not more police. And it's a given, it's a known fact that police don't respond to crimes. I mean, they don't. A cop, if someone's breaking into your house, a police officer isn't going to get there in time. They're only going to deal with the aftermath. So we can have some detectives that deal with the investigations of those crimes and transfer the rest of it out to the community where people are already at. Also, it's important to note one objection to community control is that when violent incidents happen, people don't say anything. But when it becomes a community responsibility to say something, it completely turns the tables. And so we would see much less crime. We would see people held accountable more for their crime, and we would see a city that is accepting of Black people, because Madison is the worst city in the country for Black people statistically in many different areas. And we've been talking about this for 10 years, and we haven't done anything about it. And so it's just ridiculous that we're even considering increasing the police budget when we don't even have our police in line. It's not the police started the riots downtown. If you look at my live stream, Jeremy J. Ryan, for anyone who wonders, you can't see me, so you wouldn't know that the profile picture is me, thanks to the mayor. But either way, you can't, if you look at my live stream, you will see that no windows were smashed until after the police had already tear gassed us 12 times. And we're not talking about that. We're not talking about police inciting riots by using tactics that psychologically are proven to incite riots. We don't have any grasp on our police department whatsoever. They're still sending the black officers on overtime to the protests. How do you think those officers feel being made and used to token? It just exemplifies the structural racism in Madison. They're sending black officers to the protest just because they're black. That is inherently racist in and of itself. I mean, and so to even consider increasing the police budget is absolutely ridiculous. I hope the mayor enjoyed the art that we left outside her house. And, you know, as one closing point, you know, fuck the police and fuck you, cunt, Satya.
Well, I'm not going to say thank you to that one, but our next registrant is Allison Bern of Mifflin Street, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Kay Galuska.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will say thank you to that one, because thank you to all the people who have taken their time to participate in this process, despite the fact that we know that most people are not listening. I usually try to prepare something to say, but it's getting tiring trying to pretend like people are actually listening. Satya herself told me at a protest that she supports defunding the police, but she just couldn't say it out loud because that would make it harder to do. So I wish I could say I was surprised to hear that she's actually going to increase their budget while everybody else gets a cut. But that's politics, and that's Madison, and that's liberalism. So I'm not, but I'm still sad. I'm trying to think if there's anything I actually could tell you that you might listen to. You've probably heard the arguments, but you're just so steeped in your white view of how things work that you, for some reason, continue to think that it's a wise investment to keep investing in punishment rather than people's needs, rather than their mental health, their housing, their food security, their education, and whatnot. Police were created to be slave patrols and strike breakers. If you look at the data of what they actually do, this is what they still do. They spend 10% or less of their time on actual crime. Of this crime, 10% of it is violent crime. That is a very, very, very small percentage of their time that's actually spent on anything that can even pretend to be related to anybody's safety. And remember, we're talking about locking people up for crime. We're not talking about preventing crime, because police don't do that. They don't prevent crime, and we know what happens when they try. So what you're doing right now, raising the budget of the slave patrols and the strike breakers, and the people who are literally here to oppress the working class and Black folks, especially on behalf of big capital, is a disgrace. I think at the very least, if you're going to cast this vote for this horrible budget, you at least owe it to the rest of us to do some homework, to actually develop a race analysis. Because right now, it's like asking people with no experience in what they're voting on to vote for stuff that they have no idea about. It makes no sense. And so I guess at the very least, what you could do is abstain from this vote. You can say, I haven't developed my race analysis, so I have no business voting on this issue. That seems to be the only thing that might be approach a solution. Satya, I don't know, what liberal studies you've done, but clearly it's not it's not up to snuff. So again, I'm going to just try to take up more time because that's all I really can do. So you know that we're not going away. There's going to be protest after protest after protest, because you know that these cops are not going to stop killing people. It's what they're here to do. In the remaining amount of time I have, I don't know. I just hope you can hear frustration. We're frustrated, but we're not going anywhere, because there are people who have been fighting this a lot longer than I have and are going to keep fighting it a lot longer than I will. And we're going to be at least here to annoy you and make it hard for you to do your job, even though you continue to invest in the status quo.
If you could wrap up, please.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kay Galuska of Mifflin Street, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Jessie Bellburn.
I don't see Kay Galuska in the list.
All right. Then we have Jessie Bell Bern of Mifflin Street in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Lauren Bern.
I don't see Jessie either, but I do see Lauren.
All right. Lauren Byrne of Sydney Street in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Michael O'Brien.
Hi. I'm Lauren Byrne and actually thought that Jessie Bell Byrne would be available. We'll see. I'm an old white lady who's been at this a long time. I'd like to start with my definition of a liberal, which is something that has been with me for 45 years, I'd say. A liberal is somebody who wants to do good, who works hard at it, and if things don't work out or when they don't work out, is upset that no one said thank you. So liberalism to me is something disrespectful and not respectable. Having said that, I am speaking as opposition to the budget. I attempted to speak at the Finance Committee meeting, but got technologically excluded by my own ignorance. The issues are similar. That in that case, it was not to build jails, because jails don't rehabilitate, because jails are places where people are warehoused and learn skills they don't need from each other, perhaps. And it's where they get sick easily. And the funding of the police, since that's what they're doing, is feeding jails. And by the way, if you build a jail, you will fill it. And that's the wrong approach to any of a humane and productive interactions with people. I've been one of the most privileged people that I know. And that's because of my upbringing. It's because of my training. I'm a doctor. But most of all, it's because of the experiences I've been able to have because of my line of work. I've worked in corrections as a primary care doc. I worked in community health as a primary care doc. Passing work with an HMO and with urgent care. Then I went on to train in psychiatry. I've worked with children, adolescents, adults, geriatric folks. And I've worked with people who have mental illnesses across the spectrum. All I can tell you is people need services that help them be more connected with each other, have a better sense of community, have meaningful work, have protection from the elements and from the police. Work, love and work, you know. I hate to say it, but Freud got it right. They don't need money spent on police. They don't need money spent to suppress their expression. They don't need money spent to physically abuse them. They don't need money spent to actually kill them, especially if you're a Black man. And we're working on Black women too. The money that's spent or would be spent to increase funds for the police. I agree with the information.
If you could wrap up, please.
The summary is simple. This would be an absolutely counter-humane, counterproductive budget to increase the funding for the police. Even though some police are nice people, for sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Michael O'Brien of Rockwell Drive, in opposition wishing to speak, representing Local 236, to be followed by Katrina Linde-M.
I do not see a Michael on this list.
Might be a Mike.
See Katrina. I don't see anybody starting with an M.
Okay. Then we'll go on to Katrina Linde-M of Pike Drive, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Gisela Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor and Committee. Is everyone hearing me clear?
Yes.
All right. My name is Katrina Linde-M, and I am a librarian, poll worker, and citizen of Madison. As someone who serves on professional committees myself, I understand the drive and passion it takes to represent and serve our communities. It takes skill to balance large-scale oversights and individual needs. Since I am not good with words, I will borrow a few from others. If you suffer your people to be ill-educated and their manners to be corrupted from infancy, then push them to those crimes from which their first education disposed them, what else can be concluded than this, that you first make thieves, then punish them? Sir Thomas More, Utopia. Our communities are hurting, and we need to be innovative and interdisciplinary with our solutions. As a librarian, I have helped families in crisis, from the pandemic to the census to job searching and more. Libraries are more than a recreational line item. We are your frontline experts for leading the community to resources that they need. Caitlin Morin stated that a library in the middle of a community is a cross between an emergency exit, a life raft, and a festival. They are cathedrals of the mind, hospitals of the soul, theme parks of the imagination. On a cold, rainy island, they are the only sheltered places where you are not a consumer, but a citizen. I implore you to consider the issues from the ground up rather than the top down. Together, we can foster our connections rather than watch our communities fragment before us. I will leave you with these words from Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small and thoughtful never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens, hint, that's you guys, can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So thank you for your time, and I just want to give those words of wisdom, and maybe they will help you through this process.
Thank you. Next registrant is Gisela Wilson of Morrison Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Gisela, you should.
Hello,
yeah,
yes. So I've been following this for budgetary conversation for quite some time, since earlier this summer. And so I know you've got a tough problem ahead of you, but personally, the priorities here seem completely backwards and really a slap in the face to everyone in our community, and especially the people that protested this summer. And I would remind everyone at the table there that those protests were largely peaceful. They have repeated what has been said before, letters that have been written, all those conversations you suggested we have with the Common Council. So, and to have those conversations be ignored in the design of this budget and the city's priorities is really scary, considering we're facing even more of a tsunami regarding COVID than wherever we were at a year ago before this happened. So I'm aware that we're faced with a $25 million shortfall, and that you've bounced it through a series of reductions. But the one place that hasn't really been cut is the Madison Police Department. And that's exactly the opposite that we're asking for. I mean, the problems that they're going to be asked to deal with are only going to increase if you don't have other systems in place. And the other systems, what you're giving to those other systems, like the halftime pilot program for crisis response team and the new violence prevention unit in public health, that's spare change or pennies in the bucket compared to those. It's just incredible to me compared to what the police department is getting. And to hear that they're not even going to be put through furlough and not taking that kind of a cut, it just boggles my mind. I mean, they made out like bandits during the protests. No wonder they're violent during protests. More violence, more overtime. It makes no sense to me. If people here, I know people here don't necessarily share my view about what should happen in the community, that we should be funding places like Freedom Inc. and Urban Triage and the people on the ground who are doing the work and are incredibly underfunded. in addition to the crisis response team and a new violence prevention unit. I just don't get it. I can't even provide the appropriate
If you could
advice.
wrap up, please.
Sure, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tyson Vitale of Dell Drive in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Lindsay Lund.
Mayor, actually, going back, Michael O'Brien is now here.
All right.
I try and catch people as they come on if they're late.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's take Tyson and then go back to Mike.
I don't see Tyson on yet.
All right. Then let's go back to Mike.
Okay. Hi. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Mike. I'll just remind folks that you're representing Local 236 in opposition.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
As we've had discussions with Human Resources about the money that's been involved in this, I want to point out that, a raise in the furloughs for us only comes to, if it's $2 million, it's 2/3% of your big budget, which I'm not saying it's a big budget. I'm just saying it's only 2/3% of it. I think there's leeway in there to give people a raise, maybe cut back on the furloughs, and still get by on our business. And I mean, these are everybody that put it up during this COVID. They're the ones that went out and did everything anyway. Trash trucks, engineering, planning and fixing the sewers, doing all those things. They all were there, and I don't think they deserve to just be pushed aside in this budget if there's an ability for us to have a raise for them and no furloughs. And so I guess my position is I thought I heard $2 million was the cost of a raise late in the year with no furloughs. So I think I've posited that to the CER committee. So, I would beg that we consider that those people still deserve to have a raise in this budget and still be done without blowing the budget out. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Our next registrant is Lindsay Lund of Dayton Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Benny Ramirez.
Lindsay, you should have yep, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. So I'm calling to oppose the executive operating budget for 2021 in general, because it seems to amount to a defunding of important city services and agencies while increasing funding for the police department. It just seems like this budget is not taking into account any part of this historic moment that we're in of reckoning with racial injustice and state violence that's perpetrated disproportionately against Black and Brown people in this city, especially in this city. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Our Black and Brown residents are telling us that they're being harassed, surveilled, unjustly arrested by armed police. Police are systematically targeting Black protest leaders with unsubstantiated charges. And as we've talked about and heard tonight, they've been tear gassing protesters, shooting with projectiles. I guess if you don't want to listen to those kind of stories, I can tell you what police in my Lily White Isthmus neighborhood are using our tax dollars to do. One, showing up repeatedly for calls from my racist drunk neighbor when he calls them with noise complaints because children are playing outside in their own yard on a summer day. On multiple occasions, the police have showed up, validated this neighbor, and left, shrugging at us that there was nothing else they could do. That they had to keep sending officers to our neighborhood because they received these calls. Seems like a pretty big waste of time and money. Also executing a search of my neighbor's house using a warrant for someone who had stayed with her briefly and who was already in custody. 6 officers woke her at 6 a.m. yelling and threatening to break down the door. They tore apart the house, emptying boxes, tossing possessions around, slashing insulation. And then when speaking with the property owner, they seemed very proud of themselves that a forced entry was not needed and therefore, quote, no repairs would need to be done. This neighbor is still traumatized by the experience. She's still cleaning up and sorting after all that was done. And all of this for something that the police admitted over the phone was not a danger to the neighborhood in the first place. The house is a mess and this woman is traumatized. This is not preventing crime. This is not safety. This is not what we want for our community. Why are all the other city departments and services and agencies having their budgets cut across the board while MPD's field operations budget is being increased? What we are looking at is $3.3 million in cuts from other agency budgets being passed to MPD as they see their budget increased. This is disgusting. It is really time to defund the police, move money from MPD towards programs that uplift and truly protect our community, not the other way around. Thanks.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benny Ramirez of Franklin Street, in opposition, to be followed by Ryan Eichholt.
I do not see a Benny in this list.
All
I do
right.
see Ryan.
Ryan Eichholt of Franklin Street, in opposition, to be followed by Steve Verberg.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking in opposition to the budget as it stands because, it's obscene and incredibly disappointing and wrong that the police has as much funding as they do. I want to see the police defunded, and I do not want to see essential resources such as libraries, parks, and transportation receiving cuts. There's in a time where there's so much out of our control in this pandemic, and there's already just extensive harms that and huge problems that all of us are having to work through. I just ask you all to really sit and pay attention to your feelings about what it would mean to make a decision that would create more harm in these times. And by creating more harm, I mean allowing the police to have such a huge share of the resources and to support them, to allow them to continue causing harm against Black and Brown people in this, in the Madison community. I urge you to trust the people, trust what they're asking of you, what they've been asking for so long. Trust the research of what works in terms of repairing harm and creating community care and community safety. And also trust the ingenuity and creativity that activists, organizers, social workers, people working in social services, people have been creating solutions on how to keep each other safe and keep each other healthy in these unprecedented times. And it needs to be a priority to support that work more in the funding rather than supporting the work of police who have proven to do much, much, much more harm than any good. I don't feel like the police keeps me safe. I feel like the community keeps us safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Verberg of Wendy Lane, I believe it is, in opposition, to be followed by Greg Markall.
Hello, this is Steve Verberg. I'm a resident of Madison. Thanks for listening to me for a few minutes today. I was surprised to see that a report anyway that the budget cuts most for all departments, except it increases the police department budget I was, that's surprising to me. I'd be interested to look at more of the details and see what the justification for that is. It seems to me that this is a time, though, to substantially reduce funding for the Madison Police Department. I think there's a couple of ways that it can be done, and it can be done and will help the community reach a long-time goal of reducing the really embarrassing racial disparities that we have in our community. So I think it's time for a general reduction in arrests of people who pose no danger to society. Now, how do we know that the police are arresting people who pose no danger to society? There's been a number of reports where this has been quantified. The one I'm most familiar with is one commissioned by the county, the Institute for Law and Policy came in a number of times in the 2000s and then came back. They brought them back in 2011, 2012, and they quantified who's in the jail. And who's in the jail is they're mostly brought in by your Madison Police Department. And I sent you an email and attached the report, one of the reports. You can take a look at it. The people in the jail, thousands and thousands of people kept in the jail for minor offenses. A lot of them are considered disorderly conduct. And I'm a retired journalist, so I covered some of these things as they were happening and covered police and other communities too. And I talked to the consultant for this particular report, and he said, yeah, these disorderly conduct things, it's mostly somebody lipping off to the police. And the police make a point and they take them to jail, and we spend a fortune on the police and the jail. And we end up with these terrible racial disparities because we live in a segregated society. White people tend to be afraid of black people, call the police all the time. Police are part of the
3 minutes.
Police
if
are
you could wrap up, please.
Sure. So there's this general over-policing that has, a racist skew to it. And then in addition, you're all aware, of course, of the STAR and the triage programs, that proven programs to...
if you could wrap up, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Markle of Brynwood Drive, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Fabio Mora Arietta.
Gregory, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Greg Markle, Executive Director of Operation Fresh Start, and I checked approved for a couple of reasons. One is I haven't read the whole budget, but I approve of the process, and I approve of all the work which each of you and each of the staff people have put into making the budget. And there's one section of the budget which I know I approve of, which inside the budget is additional $106,000 for Operation Fresh Start to work with more youth working on public areas within the city of Madison. I support this because we're a proven organization. We're celebrating our 50th year of existence. We work with 80% young people of color, young people aged 16 to 24. We help them achieve a high school diploma and a driver's license and move on to successful careers. We are effective in both the work on the city open areas and engineering areas, which I'll allow engineering to talk about that later if they so choose. But most importantly is why we're needed right now and why more is needed from our organization right now. The youth unemployment rate is the highest it has been since the Great Depression. And that's at the same time when most school districts in Dane County have all turned towards a virtual learning platform. The young people we work with weren't necessarily successful in a traditional classroom and tend to have even greater problems succeeding in a virtual classroom. So this opportunity to engage more young people doing some good work in the county, and most importantly, making strides towards their own success, both in education and employment, is very important. And I'd like to thank the mayor and engineering staff for working together to include that in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Fabio Mora Arieta of 7th Street, in opposition, to be followed by Shisenfuya Mua.
There's nobody here by the name Fabio.
Okay. Do we have Shisenfuya Mua of Fitchburg in opposition?
Yes.
To be followed by Amy Owen.
Hello. And Shisenfuya Mua, go by Pengyu, he, him, is. I'm speaking in opposition of the budget as it stands. I oppose the increase in the police budget. We, like many have said, we need to defund the police, invest in communities instead. We know that our safest communities in Madison are the most well-resourced, communities, neighborhoods. I think that it's ridiculous that the people making decisions are not the ones who are being heavily policed, who have never lived in neighborhoods that have the police rolling by every 15 minutes, who will hang out and intimidate Black and people of color in their own neighborhood, their own homes. But when crime happens, they will not respond, and they will come by afterwards just to ask questions. I think it's ridiculous that you all who do not live in these neighborhoods, who do not grow up in these neighborhoods, are the ones making these decisions that will traumatize folks for the rest of their lives and will put them in situations and conditions where it will be incredibly difficult for them to have a healthy livelihood. And for you all to make decisions that purely look good on your part and look good to other white liberal folks in Madison who can support you because it looks like you're helping poor Black, brown people in the side of town that they never go to or go to buy whatever type of ethnic food, but then they leave quickly back downtown or to whatever white collar job. The programs you all want won't save. No reformist reforms will fix the issue. The policing has been created to keep a certain hierarchy in place.
That's 3 minutes.
You could wrap up, please.
Yeah, defund the police, invest in the community, stop criminalizing Black and poor people, and don't pretend like you're some champion for us. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next is Amy Owen of Buena Vista Street in opposition, to be followed by Neil Rainford.
Hello. So I do want to reinforce the point of an earlier resident who testified about their preference that our addresses not be shared. I don't think there should be a requirement to participate in this process. I've participated before, and the street we live on was not shared then, so I don't know why it's happening tonight. And as someone who had to get a restraining order this year after being physically attacked, this is not something that's just needed for domestic violence survivors, okay? So just to provide testimony to you right now that the current budget does not create safety is a process that is in itself not safe. So that's a problem. First, I just want to say that I think that the CIT mental health training is a part of this budget and it's very valuable. I'm new to trying to identify what the budget means. So it's a little bit difficult to understand everything that is in it, and I have a few questions. The CIT mental health training is definitely not sufficient in itself to create community safety, but I find it very valuable, and I think it's something that should continue to be supported. I would like to know what is in the requested category of the other services and expenses for over $367,000, and how is this calculated? And if I can find more details about that, it's a lot of money that could be going someplace else that we also really need. And I'm curious where the expenses for something like tear gas go. Where's the line item for that? Kind of how do I read this? How much are we spending on weapons that are intended to be used on protests? And I'd like to know a little bit more about the overtime wages. $4 million seems really high, especially at a time that our city budget is so impacted by the economic results of COVID. I'm also very curious how much it would save the city to fire Matt Kenny and hire a new entry-level officer. So safety is very important to me. Because of that, I would like to see funds reallocated away from the police budget and into budgets for public health, housing, mental health services, and addictions treatment. Safety would also be increased by reallocating funds from the police budget into fund child abuse prevention and domestic violence prevention programs. Education is also very important to me, including early childhood development, and I would like to see funds from the police budget reallocated to support childcare, libraries, family nutrition programs, and home visiting, and other programs that are designed to support families with young children. I would especially request that funds intended for weapons whose purpose is to harm crowds and protesters please be shifted instead into other programs like those I mentioned that would do a better job of actually creating safety and helping our community thrive. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to request that Alder Carter take the chair for a moment here. I have to step out for just a second and we'll return shortly. Alder Carter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker. Stefan, do you have that?
Yep. We have Neil Rainford. Neil, you should be unmuted.
Thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening. So I'm here to follow up on behalf of Local 6,000, the city's general municipal employees, on the comments that Laura and Dan and Mike made with regard to the status of the city's general employees and their considerable wage inequity. As they mentioned, in January of 2021, most of the city's general employees will be at least 6% behind the police and fire employee groups. And this is the largest inequity in wages that I've experienced in the half a dozen or more years that I've been working with the City of Madison employees. And we're here tonight to call on the Finance Committee and the City Council more generally to take steps in this budget to address this inequity. In addition, there are smaller wage inequities that persist among the groups. The Local 6,000 group in particular is an additional about 0.7% behind. It's even the other general employees who are a full 6% behind. And we seek a redress of that inequity, which has gone on for a number of years now. As part of this revision, we would also ask you to take a very close look at the proposed layoffs that are occurring in the parking utility department. These are some of the lowest paid employees within the organization and tend to be the most diverse element of our workforce as well. And these layoffs hit particularly hard in both of those areas, and we would encourage the council to take steps to avert those layoffs. We think there is ample work that can be found to divert these employees to, and we'd encourage that work to be done. In addition, the furloughs that were just announced last week by the mayor were a surprise to us, the city's municipal employees, and were particularly disappointing. Personally, I can speak from experience where where we were able to work together as general employees and employers over at the county. We were able to find voluntary programs where
That's 3 minutes.
All right. So with that, I will say thank you for taking a close look at these as part of the budget. And we'd also encourage you to try to find a way to issue a late 2021 increase so as to begin to address the wage inequity. Thanks again. Good night.
Thank you. Did we get Amy Steffen?
Amy Owen, yeah, she spoke.
Okay. Then the next one is Larissa Jonah. Is she on?
Yep, Larissa, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
And she opposes. Go ahead, Larissa.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Everything has been said. We need to, this budget is ridiculous. We cannot go ahead and approve this type of thing right now during a pandemic or ever. The police, it's more than the police is not protecting, not serving the community. It's not doing anything helpful for people of color, especially. We can't go forward with this. We need to defund the police. We cannot continue to defund our communities when we need those resources right now more than ever, and especially with all of the essential workers, including myself, are out here risking our lives while we're not making the same money. We need to make sure that we're supporting every members of our community, including the homeless, everyone who needs the support right now through these times. And we can't continue to fund hate, continue to fund this police that only comes and brutalizes and criminalizes our communities and doesn't do anything to help. That's all I had to say tonight.
Thank you. And next we have Walt Jackson, Local 6000 in opposition, available to answer questions, I believe.
I'm actually showing our Rachel Neeson, registered opposed. Who's next?
Okay, let's go with Rachel.
Okay.
Hello.
We can hear you, Rachel. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I am here in opposition to this budget. As you all know, we are in the middle of a pandemic and an uprising around defunding the police. As Heidi Wegleitner said earlier today, there are so many unmet needs in our community right now. As a social worker in the community, I can attest to this. I can speak to the fact that when I have a client who needs immediate domestic violence shelter and services, when we call days for an assessment, we are typically told that the wait list is months long. I can also speak to the fact that despite that the county is supposed to fund residential substance use treatment for low and no income folks in Madison who do not have courts insurance, this rarely happens, as despite the level of care need of a client, they will more often than not be denied county funding. If you want more evidence of the unmet needs in the county, take a look at one of the COVID-19 Mutual Aid Madison Facebook pages. Despite the hard and important work from places like Tenant Resource Center, the Beacon, or Joining Forces for Families, so many people don't have enough to eat. People don't have gas money to get to job interviews. They don't have diapers or wipes for their babies. They don't have money to pay their utility bills, their rent, and are well aware of the looming threat of a giant bill that they will be forced to pay, or their utilities will be shut off, or they will be evicted. Yet, this capital budget proposal right now is suggesting a 3% increase to the police department while defunding so many other agencies. The police don't do anything about the problems that I have mentioned. The police do nothing except exacerbate those problems. Again, I know, having witnessed this as a social worker. Please look to cities like Austin, Texas, which have just decided to reduce their police budget by 1/3 as an example of how to reevaluate this budget proposal and adjust your priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think the next one, correct me if I'm wrong, Stefan, is Walt Jackson, Local 6000, in opposition, available to answer questions.
I've actually got one more speaker, Ananda Deacon. And Ananda, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Ananda Deacon. I'm a current student at UW-Madison and the president of the ACLU Student Alliance. I'm going to keep this short because I just got out of class and I have a lot of homework and I don't have the time nor the energy to keep trying to convince white people that, contrary to popular belief, they actually don't know what's best for BIPOC communities. But as a UW-Madison student, I'm going to say this. The fact that this city has people on the streets, sleeping on the streets, that activist groups have to independently raise funds for them to be fed and housed, that without institutions like Freedom Inc., this city would allow hundreds of people to go without food each week. It's absolutely disgusting and it's pitiful. I'm a student myself and I shouldn't have to teach you how to run a city. The current police budget is a slap in the face to me as a student, as an advocate, and as a Black woman. There's a lot that needs to be cut out of the police, and you all can start by firing Matt Kenny, divesting money from the police, and investing those funds into the community immediately. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And now I have Walt Jackson available to answer questions.
Okay. Does anyone have questions for Walt? Okay. Tom Conrad, his hand up, and it's been up for a while.
Alder Carter, I'm back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alder. So it sounds like we have made our way through the registrant list. Is that correct? Yes. So we will turn now to questions for any of our registrants, but you're correct that Tom has had his hand up. Tom, did you wish to jump in with something?
No, I'm sorry, that's a typo.
Okay, thank you. We'll lower your hand. All right, so then for members of the committee, are there questions for any of our registrants? All right, seeing none, then we will turn it over to Laura to start the presentations.
Good evening, everyone. So I will get us started by walking through a quick overview presentation. Let me just get things going here. So the overview materials were shared with you as a separate packet of slides. In the meeting materials, there's also a separate attachment on the legislative file. So going through the 2021 executive operating budget. So as you all recall, when planning for this year's operating budget began earlier this summer, the city was faced with a $25 million shortfall. We used that shortfall to start the agency request process with agencies back in June, where general and library fund agencies were asked to submit 5% reduction plans. Following the submission of the agency requests in mid-July, the budget gap for next year had actually improved. So it had decreased by about $8.5 million from the 25 to 16.5 million. That decrease was attributed to updated revenue adjustments. If you'll recall, when we had presented the cost to continue outlook, we had shared both best and worst case scenarios. So we were able to update some of the scenarios for our general fund revenues. We received updated rates for our employee benefits. So the biggest components of that are health insurance along with WRS or pension payments for city employees. And then finally, there were a series of other adjustments that were made that lowered the projected gap. So 16.5 was the final amount that had to be addressed in order to balance the operating budget that was introduced last Saturday. The remainder of the budget gap was balanced through applying a portion of the city's unrestricted fund balance for temporary revenue loss or temporary expenditures. The executive budget proposes $3.5 million of expenditure reductions as proposed by agencies. There's $1.5 million of assumed savings from renegotiations with the fire and police unions. There's $1.2 million of savings through a furlough program for general municipal employees. We've reduced the general fund contribution for capital projects by $700,000, increased the ambulance conveyance fee, and are able to realize additional revenue that will be realized based off of the Town of Madison service agreement. We are deferring the increased cost associated with beginning to expand services in anticipation of the Town of Madison attachment. And then finally, there's $475,000 of new programs that are included. So those items all come together to address the $16.5 million shortfall. Talking a little bit more about the budget balancing action. So as I mentioned, the bulk of the budget balancing really falls into these three categories: contract renegotiation and furloughs, agency reductions, and the use of fund balance. So first, on the topic of contract negotiations and furloughs. So the total assumed savings that's built into the budget is $2.7 million. That's all in the general and library funds. So this doesn't include any sort of savings that we'd realized through the furlough program and other funds like our water utility fund or stormwater, et cetera. So under the proposed furlough program, that would apply to all general municipal employees. As I mentioned, the assumed savings is $1.2 million. And based off of the average wage that's budgeted in the 2021 budget, that correlates to about 2 to 4 days that could be applied based off individual employee wages, where employees making less money would take fewer days, employees making more money would take additional days. The police and fire renegotiations, the assumed savings is $1.5 million. Again, these savings could largely be met through moving police and fire sworn staff into the same health insurance plan as the general municipal employees. That is slated to happen at the end of 2021, beginning with 2022. So if they were to reopen that would happen 1 year earlier than currently bargained. If there is no contract change through the renegotiation process, we will need to do something to initiate some other sort of expenditure reduction in order to realize that level of savings. There are also $3.5 million of agency reductions spread across general and library fund agency budgets. The $3.5 million of savings is comprised of 34 reductions. On page 7 of the executive summary, we've outlined all of the reductions that are incorporated into the budget. They're organized into 3 categories. revenue increases, personnel changes, and non-personnel changes. Again, this list is largely based off of the reductions that were submitted by agencies as part of the 5% reductions submitted earlier this summer. And then finally, there's a proposal to use $8 million from the city's unrestricted fund balance. The city's policy goal around fund balance is to maintain 15% of budget expenditures. As of the close of 2019, the fund balance was 16.5% of the 2020 budgeted expenditures. So the table on the slide outlines how these dollars would be proposed to be used in the 2021 budget. Again, about $6.2 million will offset temporary loss in general fund revenue. About $1 million would be used to replace the room tax portion of Olbrich and Zoo, and then also the city's share of the zoo is going up based off of the formula that shares those costs between the city and county. Starting next year, we have to begin paying the annual software subscription costs for the traffic engineering radio program that provides communications equipment for our public works and public safety employees. There's $100,000 budgeted for additional COVID response costs that would be deployed at the discretion of the EOC in 2021. And then finally, there's temporary costs that we need to begin for our preparations associated with the Town of Madison attachment. This includes purchasing the voting equipment that will be needed, and then a communications plan to begin outreach to residents. So in terms of general fund revenue, this chart here shows sort of how the overall city general and library funds are funded. The highlights of sort of the major changes in general fund revenue are outlined starting on page 15 of the executive summary that accompanies the budget. But in general, the property tax accounts for about 73% of the revenue that funds general and library fund operations. The remaining quarter of that revenue comes from the various state aid that we receive funding from, and then a series of sort of other local revenue sources and fees and licenses and things like that. But in terms of some of the big highlights that we're seeing in terms of the ups and downs, the pilot payment, so pilot payment in lieu of taxes, so those revenues will be down 14.5% next year. This category includes the general fund share of the room tax revenues that are received. And so the largest share of what's driving that downward trend is the drop in room tax revenue that is projected for next year. There's also a reduction in the parking utilities pilot that's paid, and that's based off of updated evaluations of the parking utility properties. Other local taxes are down about 7.6%. This includes like the late fees that are charged for property taxes. This also includes the pilot payments that are paid by entities that are outside of the city organization. Fines and forfeitures are down 17.7%. This is mainly due to the decline in parking citation revenue that we have seen throughout the pandemic, and are projecting that will continue through 2021. License and permit revenue is up 3.3%. What's driving that increase is an assumption in increasing building inspection revenue to make sure that those revenue sources keep pace with the increasing cost of providing building inspection services. The other component of that increase is a revenue that will begin to realize by taking on some of the fire and building inspection services for the town of Madison prior to the attachment in 2022. Charges for service are up just under 14%. The biggest increase in that category is an assumed increase in the ambulance conveyance fee. So the budget proposes increasing that rate from $1,075 to $1,200 starting in 2021. And then finally, state aid is projected to be down by 1.6%. 2021 will be the first year that we see a reduction in our state aid as part of the repayment plan for the VW settlement funding that we received last year to purchase buses for Metro in lieu of borrowing for those assets. One thing to note in regards to state aid, one component of that overall package is our funding through the expenditure restraint program. Under the executive budget, there will be $1.3 million of flexibility under the expenditure restraint program for 2021. And that's an important number to keep in mind because we typically leave room there to deal with unanticipated emergencies that come up throughout the year rather than taking that all the way up to the max in the adopted budget. So in regards to the levy and property taxes and how those are changing in the 2021 budget, this chart here shows the percentage increase going back to 2007 through 2021. So the 15-year average that you're seeing here is a 4.3% annual increase. In the executive budget, the levy will go up 2.1% next year. That's the lowest growth rate that we've seen since 2003. At the level that's proposed in the executive budget, there is $520,000 of additional expenditure authority under the levy limit program. So in regards to how that translates to the taxes on the average value home, next year, currently the average value home is valued at $315,000. That's an increase from $300,000 in the 2020 budget. So based off of the executive budget, an owner of a $315,000 home would see their taxes go up about $37.46. We had since 2015, the overall value of property in Madison has really increased, and the taxes on the average value home have gone up by 28%. In next year's budget, the overall higher assessments will drive down the mill rate, and if through the amendment process the levy were to be maxed out, that homeowner who owns the $315,000 house would see their city share of their taxes go up by an additional $5.53 to $42.99. Now switching gears to expenditures, this chart here shows how the general and library fund budget is allocated across the different functional areas. So general and library fund expenditures are up $8.4 million. That's about 2.5%. And that's consistent with the growth that we saw from 2019 to 2020. Now, when we were talking about the initial budget gap earlier this summer, what was really driving the $25 million shortfall was this projected expenditure increase was much higher. It was closer to between 6 and 7%. And so in order to present you a balanced budget, we really had to find a way to slow how fast our expenditures are growing in order to keep pace with what our revenues will support. And so that was sort of how everything ended up working out in terms of resulting in a balanced budget. So as part of that $8.4 million increase, that's driven by personnel costs. So personnel costs will go up by $5.3 million from 2020 to 2021. This is driven by negotiated contract increases for our represented employees, along with changes to employee benefit rates, again, health insurance and pension costs primarily. Also in 2021, we'll have to begin paying the debt service for the Nakusa Trail Fleet Facility. Because Fleet is an internal service fund, that debt has to be funded through the fleet rate that the user agencies pay. And the vast majority of the fleet user agencies are in the city's general fund. And so we have to fund the increased debt service by increasing the rates that different departments pay. And then finally, we're seeing annual software costs for the various IT systems that are utilized by city agencies increasing. This is really in line with the trend of that market really changing from big out-of-the-box implementations that you have for a number of years until they go obsolete and then upgrade them again. This is really representing that shift to where you pay an annual subscription and then your applications or tools are consistently getting updated. So that $1.6 million includes $550,000 for the radios that I mentioned earlier in traffic engineering, and that they'll speak about a little bit more this evening. So these increases all are offset by service level budget reductions and then assumed savings through contract renegotiations and the furlough program. So switching gears now quickly to a couple of agencies, and then I can open it up for questions. So I'm going to walk through the mayor's office budget, the common council budget, and then the budget for the Office of the Independent Monitor. So the mayor's office budget in the executive is $1.1 million. That's a decrease of about $390,000 from the 2020 adopted budget. The budget includes moving 3 different items in and out of the mayor's office. So the food policy and programming service, that would be moved out of the mayor's office and into the economic development division. The neighborhood resource team program will be moved out of the mayor's office and into the Department of Civil Rights. And then the sustainability service would be moved out of engineering into the mayor's office. This proposal also includes reductions to the travel and training budget in the mayor's office, and it maintains funding for all of the current positions in the mayor's office. The Common Council's proposed budget is about $892,000. It's about a $25,000 increase from the 2020 adopted budget. The executive budget maintains the current level of service for the council office, including full funding for all their positions based off of the 2021 pay for those positions, along with full funding for the 4 permanent positions that are housed within the department. The proposed budget maintains funding for alder benefits, including assumptions for alders choosing to take city health insurance. And then finally, it maintains funding for aldermanic spending at the current level. And then lastly, the Office of the Independent Monitor. So the executive budget fully funds its office based off the recommendations from the Common Council earlier this year. Included in the $450,000 is funding for 3 newly created positions, the Independent Monitor, a data analyst, and a program assistant. There's also funding for the Civilian Oversight Board and the legal costs to assist individuals in filing claims. I will note that the 2020 budget included $200,000 for the Independent Monitor and the city's direct appropriations. But in 2021, this is the first year where we're showing it as a standalone agency with these different budget components. So with that, we can answer any questions that folks may have from a high-level perspective.
Thank you, Laura. Are there questions on the budget overview or the Mayor's Office, City Council, or Office of the Independent Monitor? Alder Vidar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Laura, for the presentation. So the health insurance payment and cost per employee, is that something that you could provide to us? It doesn't have to be right now, but just, one of the mentions is that there is the difference really for police and fire would be their a change in their health insurance payment. So is there a way to get a comparison of what theirs looks like compared to the other employees?
Yes, I can provide those exact summaries for the full council as a follow-up.
Great, thank you.
I think just the brief version, and correct me, Laura, if I'm wrong, is that the general municipal employees pay for 80-something%, while police and fire currently have bargained a contract that we pay for 100%.
Correct, and the percentage is 88%.
88. So we pay 88% for general municipal and 100% for police and fire.
Yeah, if you could provide like what that looks like, and then what does that look like as an exact amount if police was to exactly at 88% and fire was at 88%. That would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Brevier.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Laura, for your presentation and getting us all of this information in advance prior to today's meeting. I do have a handful of questions here. Perhaps first and foremost is the issue of pay equity and the proposed furlough program. Can you remind us, please, Laura, how the budget presentation presents pay increases? I note on page 6 of the budget book is general conversation about the pay increases that have been collectively bargained for those that still have those rights in city employment, and then the discussion of the furlough program. Is that generally where we will see the conversation in the budget presentation? Is what's written on page 6?
That's correct. It's been the past practice over the last 5 years. Dave Schmidtke can speak to if it was different before then. But to summarize, the assumptions that were used for pay increases, any pay increases proposed in the budget, in the user's guide of the operating budget. And then agency budgets would be built upon and reflect those pay increases in their salary budgets.
Thank you. As it relates to the furlough program proposed here, do you anticipate that we will receive more detailed information about that tomorrow when Human Resources is before us? Or when would be the appropriate time to ask questions about the implementation of that furlough program that's proposed in the executive budget?
So Human Resources is lead on working with all of the labor associations in regards to an implementation plan for the furlough program. And so they are still working with each of the different associations to figure out exactly what implementation will look like and sort of how that will all play out. But certainly it would be appropriate to speak to them regarding that line of questioning tomorrow evening when they are here to speak to their budget. But it may be a situation though where there's not perfect answers at this point in regards to exactly the specifics of how the program will play out. Again, in the interest of ensuring that the individual associations are part of that discussion.
Alder, I've asked HR to convene a group, including representation from labor, to work on that design. I think it's unlikely that they've had a chance to have that meeting yet. But Harper can certainly confirm that. So I think that likely the answer is that we do not have the specifics of a design yet.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor and Laura. And it was my assumption that I should probably save any of those questions till tomorrow evening, and I'll do so. The one question, though, that I still want to ask about the proposed furloughs is if you could clarify, please, Laura, in your presentation, you discussed how the furloughs would affect general fund agencies in the library, but not enterprise agencies, perhaps. Could you clarify that?
Yes, so to clarify, the figures that I was citing earlier in the presentation are the savings that would be realized just for the general and library fund share. The assumption is that all general municipal employees would participate in the program, and that the non-general fund funding sources would realize the savings from the program in the individual funds.
Thank you for the clarification. That's what I think our understanding was. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to everybody. The next question I did want to ask, and maybe this Dave can weigh into, as you say, for a more historical perspective, but the issue of pay increases and a considerable wage inequality that was mentioned during the testimony tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the actual budget resolution that we are scheduled to adopt the end of this month in this committee and the council as a whole, the second week in November, has that typically in the past included future wage increases, or have those been addressed, as I recall, through a separate freestanding resolution considered by the council at times in the past? Could someone refresh my memory? So, for example, to put it another way, the concerns that have been articulated tonight and that we've heard at those of us at the Committee on Employee Relations meeting last Thursday evening and beyond, should those potentially be addressed in the 2021 operating budget and accompanying resolution, or rather a freestanding resolution?
Alder Verveer, those have not been in the budget resolution historically. The most recent approach on this, I seem to recall, was perhaps in 2016 when the council adopted, or maybe it was 2017, a separate resolution that was paired with a change in health insurance deductibles and the health insurance plan. And in that resolution, it did include a schedule of wage increases for the general municipal employees.
Thank you. That was my recollection as well. But I think the timing of this is important to pair the timing if we do have any intention of attempting to go on record with future wage increases for general municipal employees. Turning to some other issues here that you addressed in your presentation, and thank you, Dave, by the way. Laura, back to you. Could you share with us, remind us so that it helps us with our operating budget deliberations, what do you estimate the timing will be for your office's third quarter 2020 projections to be available to us? To both revenue and expenditures.
That's correct. The projections are underway internally right now, and we will be completed with our internal review during the last week of October. And then we will have those in a position where we are ready to begin sharing the results of that analysis with policymakers starting that first week of November. That doesn't line up nicely with our calendar to get the 2021 budget adopted. But we can definitely, coordinate with the mayor's office and with council leadership to figure out if there's other ways that we can get the council, the best information regarding the third quarter when it becomes available very early next month.
Thank you. Is it, and I realize this is an extremely busy time for you and your team right now, it goes without saying. Is it possible for individual council members to work with you and the budget analysts if we do have specific questions about potential third quarter projections, and see if you have that data available to us offline?
Yes.
Or are you saying that there really won't be anything available until after the end of the month of October?
Well, we allot the time that we do to ensure that the budget analysts conduct a projection as well as agencies, and then we meet and confer with between the budget staff and the agency staff, just to make sure we have the best possible information informing the projections. So I would say if there are specific items that you have questions about, you can definitely reach out to me about them, and we can kind of see where we are in terms of the timing with a specific agency. But I do think it will be difficult for us to get a comprehensive citywide picture on any more aggressive of a timeline than I just laid out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then in terms of timing of additional data, can you remind us, please, of when you would anticipate receiving the confirmation of state aid numbers from DOA and WSDOT?
In terms of the general transportation aid, that's already come out. It's pretty much what we had in the executive budget. And then we will, we've just received the payment for municipal services sort of form that we have to fill out. That's due back to DOA in a couple of weeks. We don't typically get that final number until November or December, once they take in all the other communities around the state that have that program. We've otherwise built in the shared revenue and the other programs as well. So I don't foresee any, big changes. There was really no big changes in the adopted state budget for the second year of the biennium, which is where we would see any sort of increases or changes in state aid.
And so as it relates to the WSDOT information, that really is a negligible difference between the executive operating budget and the numbers it sounds like you received in the last few days, Dave.
Yeah, it is. I would, just to put those two numbers together, the transportation aid and then the payment for municipal services, we do get a preliminary number from DOA, and those pretty much cancel each other out.
And as Laura referenced in her presentation about the VW mitigation program, are we still awaiting confirmation of the VW settlement loan numbers and those estimates?
No, that's already been provided. So that's already been built in.
So all of that is actually codified in the budget book that we all do.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I guess I misheard Laura on that one. I think, Mayor, those are all the questions I have at this point. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Alder Harrington McKinney. You're still muted. Alder. There you go. Oh. Go ahead, Alder.
All right, thank you. My question is informational. And Laura, in your presentation, you mentioned that there were positions that were transferred out of the mayor's. This might be a question for the mayor. Positions were transferred out of the mayor's office. Was there the impact or any realized savings, or why did that happen? Could you say something about that?
I'd be happy to, Alder. There's 3 changes that are happening with respect to functions in the mayor's office. One, as a result of DCR, the Department of Civil Rights' desire to form a division of equity and social justice, we're transferring the neighborhood team coordinator over to the Department of Civil Rights into that new division. And that's at the request of both DCR and the NRT coordinator. And is actually something that the council has already approved. So this is just annualizing that move. The second is moving the food policy function and the food policy coordinator into the economic development division, again, at his request and in coordination with economic development. And then the third is moving the sustainability positions from engineering to the mayor's office to allow our sustainability function to take a citywide approach rather than being focused primarily on facilities.
So these moves were for program efficiencies more than any cost savings, or
we're not realizing cost savings through them, Alder. They're just moving the budgets from one department to another.
Okay, I just needed that confirmed. Thank you.
Yep. But while we're talking about the mayor's office budget, I would like to point out, and Laura, please confirm this is true. We did try even beyond that to achieve a 5% cut to the mayor's office budget.
That's correct. And that was realized primarily through the reductions in the conferences and training funding.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have further questions? You're good. Okay, thank you. There are other questions on the overviews?
I have a question.
Alder Carter?
Yes, Laura, when you go back to page 1, you were saying that the COVID response cost of $100,000, that is possibly would be PPE and cleaning supplies. Do we have, for lack of a better word, a stockpile of PPE and cleaning supplies for our employees?
Yeah, so when back in the spring, when we started, when the pandemic just started, we transitioned to a citywide purchasing strategy for these types of materials. And so the thinking on funding, including funding in next year's budget as a one-time expenditure, was to just make sure that, as things hopefully open back up in 2021, that all departments have access to these materials and supplies, and there's not one department over another who, because of budgetary resources, has access to different supplies over a different department. So this just allows the EOC to continue to have access to do that sort of citywide purchasing.
Great, thank you. And I just have one more question about the independent monitor. Yep. The $450,000, can you break that down on how much the monitor is? And do we have it broken down on the amount of money for support and then the amount of funding for the COB?
So the funding level for the positions in the office were based off of the classifications that were identified in the resolutions from earlier this summer. But generally, the funding for the 3 new positions, along with sort of just the cost to operate the office, that comes out to about $371,000. The funding for the oversight board is $29,600, and then the legal services is $50,000.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere, another question?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you. I have a follow-up question to President Carter's question about the COVID response, the $100,000. And I appreciate the President asking the question. My question is Laura, is that assumption that can an assumption be made that inclusion in the budget assumes that the federal emergency declaration will not cover our expenses for next year? So the FEMA public assistance program money at 75% of federal cost share, and then the remaining 25% that I know the governor has indicated the state share of CARES Act money will cover that will actually not help us into the new fiscal year?
So, we continue to pursue state and federal programs that can help us offset our costs associated with responding to the pandemic. But the thinking here was that, and what we saw earlier in the year is that even if we're going to seek reimbursement for these items, we still have to have the appropriation to go and do the initial purchasing. And so, again, what the real strategy here was to continue that citywide purchasing strategy, so that we have funding to go and take care of these needs, and it's not dependent on a specific agency's budget. And that, again, we can sort of maintain that resource that all departments can access. And yes, we would continue to track those expenditures and those costs and seek to get reimbursement through whichever federal or state program would reimburse us for those costs. And so they'll continue to be closely tracked and monitored.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I believe then we can go on to our next presentation, which is from Public Health. And just remind folks that it is page 286 in the budget book and 103 in the presentation packet. And Janelle is here with us, as is Kate and Ariel.
Good evening. Yes, I'm joined here tonight by a number of my colleagues. So if you have questions later, there may be a couple of us who are here to answer your questions. I'd like to start. I need to share my screen. Can I share my screen, please? All right, thank you. All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'd like to start by just expressing my appreciation for your support in general and in particular in the last 9 months. It's been an incredible time for public health. I think I said to Charlie Romines the other day, we've been under a snow day every day for the last 9 months. With that, we are presenting you with a cost to continue budget. We were not requested to make any cuts and present any reductions in our budget this year. So what we submitted was a $21.3 million budget, and where we are today is a $21.8 million budget. And I'll talk briefly with you about where that, what it looks like by service. So in our administration unit, this is where we have our operations, communications, and so on. What you'll see here is the absorption of cost to continue for salaries for the entire department, in addition to the deputy director position that you've already approved and was added to the budget mid-year, and it will be in this service moving into the future. For our animal services, we have no service changes throughout the department unless we're going to note it, which are very minimal. You'll see some minor changes in the overall cost of each unit, but for this one, it's mostly due to a reduction in some costs related to repairs, cell phones, and things of that nature. In community health, we, again, are maintaining, we submitted a budget, and this is where we do, where WIC, sexual and reproductive health services, tuberculosis, communicable disease, and some of our more traditional public health programming are located. We submitted a cost to continue with the assumption that at some point in 2021, we will be able to return to the level of service that we offered pre-COVID, and there's some adjustments there to support that division moving forward. And some of the increases that you'll see are related to the cost of medical supplies and payment for our electronic record system, health record system that will be launching shortly. For our emergency response service, this is normally quite small, but this year when we were offered the opportunity to create some permanent positions to support the COVID response, knowing that we would need these for likely longer than just COVID, the 8 positions that have already been approved and hired and filled and who are doing amazing work for public health are found in this service right now. So we had the opportunity to create 4 disease intervention specialists, 2 infection prevention specialists who focus on outbreak and site support for facilities that are currently experiencing outbreaks, health educator, a bilingual health education coordinator, and a public health communications coordinator. Once we move out of our COVID response, the disease intervention specialist and infection prevention specialist will be in our community health division, and the 2 communications positions will be in our administration service. For our environmental protection unit, we're proposing no changes into service and just some minimal cost changes related to work supplies and other overheads. And the same thing for our laboratory, no changes in service, but some of those minor changes related to costs of doing business. For our licensed establishment service, we had initially proposed a year ago when things were going very, very well, that we wanted to needed to increase fees to support this program, and those fees were going to be used to, in part, create 2 new positions. Earlier this year, we delayed the hiring of those positions and have not, and pushed back when fees are due. We are not proposing any budget changes and would like to have conversations about further delaying the increase in these fees. We know that COVID is hitting our operators very hard, and we will not, we're seeing some facilities that are no longer existing and some that are coming on new, but we won't see what that full scale impact is until fees are due by the end of this year. So though the budget was submitted with an increase that increase delay moved into 2021, we'd like to adjust that further. And then finally, in our policy planning and evaluation unit, we have some increases here, 2 of which are the result of some grants that have already been moved forward and approved. And so that's adjusted for the 2021 budget. And then the funding, the proposal supported in the mayor and the county executive's executive budget to create a violence prevention unit by adding 2 new positions in public health. And so those were not part of what we submitted and have been working on with leadership since then. And in 2021, the proposal is to fund these 2 positions out of our fund balance. So with that, I will answer any questions you might have with my colleagues.
Thank you, Janelle. Our first question is from Alder Badar.
Thank you so much, Janelle, and thank you for all your work in the past year. So I have a number of questions. I guess I'll start with one that is just a correction. Is actually for finance staff or in the errata. I'm trying to beat Alder Vivier to it, which is the AIDS Resource Center of Wisconsin is now called Vivian Health. So I'm assuming that we want to change the name of the organization in our budget. So how's that, Alder Vivier, after 10 years? So the other question that I have is about the $100,000 that we put for the recipients of the WEEK program to be able to get a gift card for the cost of the vehicle registration. Do you have year to date how much of that has been actually utilized?
That is a great question, Alder Vidar. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if Kate or Millicent might be able to answer that. And if we don't have it, we can get that to you. Absolutely.
And that would be great, because my assumption is that it is a lot less than what we had projected it would be because of the situation with COVID and weak utilization in person. So if you could get us that. My next question was around the license establishment. I wasn't very clear if I understood, Janelle, what you were saying as far as a conversation to further delay. So could you tell me what exactly you're...
I think what we're probably liking to do at this point is to create an amendment to eliminate that increase in 2021. We had that slated for this year with when fees were due in July. We pushed that back right at the beginning of the pandemic when we knew how this was impacting our licensed established operators. When we submitted the budget, we did not know what the future held. So we had that in there for a 2021 start. And I think at this point, it's very safe that we all understand that that would not be the appropriate thing to do at this point in time, and that there are revenue in our specified fund balance for a licensed establishment if we would need to tap into that. So I'll ask Doug if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
Well, that's fine. Now I understand what you mentioned. So my last question is around the violence prevention. So, and I know Oriel spent quite a bit of time with the Community Services Committee that I sit on and talk to us about kind of the plans going forward. But looking back in 2018, when I and a number of other alders led an amendment to add 2 positions, and kind of fast forwarding to now where we still really don't have anything in place. And again, I understand the COVID window, but there was a whole year that happened in between too. So could maybe you or Oriel talk a little bit more about like kind of what this being a huge priority for many of us on the council? What kind of assurances can you give us that this is the right place for these 4 positions to be in public health, and that we really are going to really see some real movement around the work that we need to do to frame our work around violence prevention?
Sure. And Janelle, before you answer that, let me just say for the other public health staff, if you should all be able to unmute yourselves, but if not, just raise your hands with the little blue hand and I can unmute you. But sorry, Janelle, just wanted to let people know.
No, thank you. So yeah, I will start and then I will ask Ariel to jump in, as she has really been doing a wonderful job in leadership of getting this back up and running. Those 2 positions were reallocated from current positions intended for something, other purposes in public health in 2018. It took us a while to get those positions hired. And I will say that we were perhaps a little starry-eyed on how long it would take to move from a whole new body of work within the public health department and building relationships and understanding the lay of the land to developing a plan. And so we definitely, it took longer than we thought, but I feel very confident under Ariel's leadership and where the work has picked back up to that we have some timelines, and I'll let Ariel jump in and talk about where the lay of the land is right now and what the next steps are to answer your question.
Sure. And so I think, Alder Bedard, just to answer some of your initial questions about those reassurances, is that one, we have an established plan on how to move forward. And so the team and I have taken the past few months to really compile and collect and analyze all of the data and partnerships and foundational elements that are crucial to building a violence prevention plan. And we've taken the time to map that onto the violence trends that we're seeing in Madison and have been able to develop a plan that we are hoping to be able to release in the next few months. So I hope that provides a little bit of reassurance that we are making progress on the work. And part of that, that work has made us realize that we also do not currently have the capacity to meet the need and level of violence prevention and intervention services that are needed in Madison. So with that, we are putting forth these 2 positions and also recognizing some of the gaps that we are seeing from the community level. And I think CDD will talk a little bit more about that in their presentation, but being able to address and provide funding for those gaps that we are recognizing.
So I'll ask my last question about this and then yield to my colleagues who I know also probably have questions around this. But the funding around the services themselves are like sitting in CDD, which, I mean, they'll talk about that, right? So these are about the 4 positions that are really about building kind of our framework around violence prevention and doing kind of providing kind of the direction and the ability for us to really know what and where the gaps are, correct?
Correct.
As you mentioned, and you mentioned these are community services that you will have an initial kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but an initial plan by the end of the year. Is that still your...
Yes, so that is still the hopes. We are on track right now to have our draft version of the plan done by the end of this month, ready for deployment to our stakeholders, community leaders, community members, and youth, especially in the community, to provide meaningful feedback on the plan. So that will be rolling out in the next few weeks, and we're hoping to take the months, kind of the end of November through December, to make those adjustments based on the feedback, hoping to have our finalized version of the plan ready to go in January of 2021.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Myself. Thank you, Alder Badar. Absolutely. I was going in that same direction. Ariel, I'm so pleased to have you in that position. And so I know that you mentioned that you were working on substantive plans for violence prevention and public safety, and you'll be rolling that out. Could you say just a little bit about what those gaps you've noticed, and again, I want to hear that these 4 positions will bring you to a capacity level where you can really make a difference. And so that's really where I am. So it's great that the positions have been increased and you have 4 positions. But the reality of my question is that does that give you the capacity of really making a change?
Thank you, Alder McKinney. I really appreciate your question. So I guess to start, I want to outline what our 5 crucial elements of the plan are, because within those, that's really where we've been able to identify our gaps. And so we are looking to understand violence in our community through data. We're looking to bolster and increase intervention and continuous healing for those affected by violence. We're looking to support community engagement with children, youth, and families. We're looking to strengthen community capacity, engagement, and coordination of violence prevention efforts. And then on top of that, we're also looking to foster strong neighborhoods. And so within those, we've identified many gaps that I feel other groups have brought forth before, right? We know that there's a lack of a formal mentoring system in Dane County. We know that there's a lack of kind of widespread activities for youth to engage in after school. We know that there's a lack of support, especially around kind of trauma-informed care and adverse childhood experiences from the prevention and reduction side, that we need to invest in some of these wraparound supports in order to prevent further cycles of violence. And so those are just a few examples of gaps we've been able to identify. And I would say we've really been able to be strategic when we've identified those gaps in starting conversations with organizations that are already engaging in some of that work and having really in-depth conversations around, do they feel like they currently have the tools, resources, support, education, training, and funding to execute some of these things that we've identified as gaps. And that's really where these 4 positions come into play. Currently, we have 2, and they are able to provide some level of support, both in the data arena and in a little bit of the intervention arena. But we really need, one, a program manager who is able to oversee this comprehensive plan and continue to engage stakeholders, continue to drive the plan forward, continue to evaluate the plan for effectiveness and make adjustments as we go, as well as really needing a response and engagement coordinator, because what I've also been hearing from community members and also alders such as yourselves is that while building the long-term plan is great, right? And we need to do work around primary prevention. We also need someone who can do some of these things, right? Who can make some actionable steps, who can deploy those community level strategies to address violence from a prevention and intervention and a postvention stage. And so really that's that second position that we're putting forward, someone who's able to step a little bit out of the public health realm and who can move a little bit faster and really engage with community and start putting forth some of those community level responses that we've been hearing need to be a little quicker than our public health long game has been able to provide in the past.
Okay, so one question for you and then a follow-up question for Janelle. With these 4 positions, am I hearing that you feel that they will be sufficient to do the long game in terms of really looking at those 5 areas that you've identified as gaps? Will those 4 positions allow you to do that? Or is there still something missing?
I think the 4 positions are a start. I do still think we need someone who is able to provide wide-scale evaluation of the plan. And so by that evaluation, I mean someone who is able to continuously provide opportunities for community members to give us feedback and input as to what they would like to see from a violence prevention and intervention standpoint, and who's able to turn that around into practice and action and how we incorporate that into the plan. I know that this was kind of our first step as to how do we get this launched so that we are able to move on this plan, but that is an identified gap and need that we have also identified for kind of more of our longer term plans.
Okay, thank you very much for the work that you're doing. My final question is for Janelle, if she could pop on. I don't see her, but I know she's on.
I'm still here.
Okay. Initially, because of COVID-19, there was a need to redeploy two of your staff, I believe 2 of your staff, that were specifically working on violence prevention, and understanding that there was a need. It's also a critical need, and you've already recognized it, so I'm just speaking to the choir, is that the investment in violence prevention is so critically important. And so these 4 positions that we're talking about, will they be dedicated to stay on the task related to moving the agenda forward, related to those 5 areas that Ariel spoke to? Will they stay in that position to really significantly move the dial, move the needle as we're looking at violence prevention? Will they stay there?
Sure, I appreciate the question. Yes, I mean, that is the goal. And I want to say that has always been the goal. And then this year hit, right? And we had to redeploy, I would say 85% of the entire public health department to support our COVID response while we were building the capacity and identifying the resources financially to hire more folks into that. And so you have my commitment that we understand it's a priority. We hear it. We see it in the data. And I think absolutely we will be making this a commitment to move forward and to
Thank you so very much. I want to applaud the work that your department is doing, and so to go on record for that, thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Janelle, and your team for being here, obviously, but moreover, thank you for all the amazing work that you've been doing this year since the pandemic came to our community. I'm sure it's been overwhelming, as it has been for all of us. Your work impresses us daily, and thank you for that. I want to follow up on the question that Alderperson Vidar asked as it relates to licensed establishments. Speaking of COVID, I should also just mention that I practically have Bonnie Koenig's contact information memorized because I've shared it with so many establishments over the course of this year. So I want to acknowledge Bonnie being on the front line as your business liaison, because the myriad and complexity of the questions that and I'm sure my council colleagues are being asked is overwhelming. So I want to appreciate Bonnie and the fact that you do have a business liaison that is ready, willing, and able to answer questions as quickly as possible as it relates to the various emergency orders. So going back then specifically to the section that Bonnie obviously works in, licensed establishments, if I could clarify what you said in your presentation, Janelle, in your response to Alder Vidar's question. So both the mayor's proposed 2021 executive budget and the county executive's proposed 2021 operating budget do anticipate the 17% fee increase on licensed establishments would be effective, as well as fully funding the new sanitarian position and the supervisor position for the full year. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. When we submitted the budgets and completed this, that was July for us. And so when we presented that, it was with these positions and the increase still included. It's what you see in front of you. Yes.
So are there plans at the county level? And of course, we have this disconnect. We all need to, I guess, acknowledge those of us, especially that have been here for a long time, that are still getting used to the unification of the two departments to this day. But is there a movement then at the county side of things to reverse that as the county budget process moves forward?
So I think we have, this is the first introduction of that tonight. I think we have opportunity to do that. I think if I have my dates imprinted correctly without looking at my calendar, we have a joint meeting of this body and the County Personnel and Finance Committee on October 26th, if I have that date correct, and can have that conversation there as well.
Yeah, and that's for some of us, when Laura Larson sent us the note on when that date was scheduled, it obviously was a bit unfortunate because that annual joint meeting is scheduled for when we on the City Finance Committee are scheduled to consider operating budget amendments at the same time, in addition to a regular Finance Committee meeting. So I don't know if something can be done between now and then to avoid that conflict, but just wanted to get that out there. So I'm very interested in sponsoring a budget amendment on the city side of things to reverse this. With that said, is what your staff is proposing, Janelle, that you indeed would not fill those two, just as you haven't filled them to this day, you would continue to not fill those two new positions in licensed establishments?
That's correct.
For the entirety of 2021?
That is correct, unless there's some recovery that would indicate otherwise. But we believe that though we know, for example, the staff to supervisor ratio in that division is higher than it should be, and this was part of the intention of right-sizing that. I think, Bonnie, correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, I haven't done the math since we've been in COVID, but supervises closer to 17 people. And the intention when we started this process a year ago, we were having more establishments come on board. We were looking at our I say it our caseload. Doug doesn't call it a caseload for licensed establishments, but our establishments per sanitarian, and that number was becoming quite high. So that was the intention of creating a new position to support the establishments and a supervisor to make for a better division of supervisory oversight. We no longer feel that we can do that, and we aren't quite sure what our establishment volume will be in 2021. And so we'd like to revisit that as we learn more in future years.
Thank you. So if you do the arithmetic, and obviously the city share is less than the county share, but if you do the arithmetic, there still is obviously a difference in the numbers between the cost of the two new positions and the assumption of the 17% fee increase. Are there further assumptions I'm not aware of that you or Doug or others can assume where we could make this a budget neutral amendment, or is that not possible in your eyes?
I'll ask Doug to chime in on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alder Verveer. The budget neutral part of it would come into promotions for our sanitarian ones to sanitarians 2. That catches some of that. We would still most likely be able to advance those positions based on what we have now. Really what it comes down to is, as you're well aware, we have a number of sanitarians per establishments, and I think that we're going to come out of this with less establishments. Unfortunately, when all is said and done, and that's why the need won't be there for the additional help at this point in time.
Yes, I fully appreciate that, and it is tragic all there when we obviously I know there are way fewer establishments during the course of next year. While you're with us, Doug, and again, I appreciate you, of course, and the work, as I said earlier, that your team does. I did have 2 other questions since you're able to answer them and are with us tonight. The first is, did that transfer what was approximately 50 mobile food retail licenses from DATCAP to your agency occur, or did the pandemic interfere in that?
Nope, it did occur, and not only that, but there's been additional movement on that front and additional establishments that are moving to us as well. So yes, the mobile establishment moved, some retail, some food manufacturer, some meat manufacturer actually moved to us as well. So there's additional movement from positions or from establishments from the state to us. Absolutely, yes.
So would that provide us then, Doug, further comfort in terms of trying to pursue a budget neutral amendment, assuming that there are more licensed establishments than at this time in that sense, and perhaps offset the loss of revenue from fewer establishments than that you already articulated? Of course, the less work for the sanitarians, perhaps. I guess what I'm getting at is working with all of you on a budget amendment and hoping that it wouldn't have an adverse fiscal impact given these extraordinary times and tight budgets we are in.
Yeah, actually, the amount that would move over is nominal, but every little bit helps. We were figuring probably about 13,000 to 15,000 that would be moving over from the state to us, so we will realize that. And then, of course, we are program revenue, so that revenue that we get in just funds our program. So we'll have to be budget neutral somehow when we all is said and done. In our budgets based on our fee revenue that we have, which right now it's down somewhat, and that's where we just won't realize what our revenue is at until the end of the year because we extended that renewal date.
Yeah, folks, establishments aren't required to pay their annual food drink license fees until the end of the year, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Another question is kind of similar to what Alderperson McKinney was asking about the reassignment of staff within public health agency. I'm well aware that most, if not all, of the sanitarians, at least for some time, have been redeployed as necessary contact tracers and other duties to respond to COVID. Is that still the case that your section is not engaging in any inspections because of the lack of sanitarians and the need to be redeployed elsewhere?
Yeah, it is still the case. Our priority right now is COVID response. So the ability for the sanitarians to quickly switch gears, being that they are kind of investigators when they're doing an inspection, to move over to be case investigators and contact tracers has helped out immensely in the department. And they're still doing that job. We do have plans, though, going forward to start reactivating and moving back our essential services and starting to get them going again. So I anticipate that I don't really want to say anything, but if we can keep our caseload going down, that we can start realizing those sanitarians coming back into the program and start completing some of that work by the end of the year.
Thank you. That's good to know. My initial concern early in the pandemic in our community was I was getting pleas from those very small number of brave establishments that were attempting to open during the pandemic that were needing those necessary new inspection completed before the licenses could be released by the city clerk's office. And I appreciate that you and your colleagues decided to let those brave few open without the inspection. So is that still the case as of today, that if there is a new establishment that you're releasing the hold on those licenses and planning to go back and inspect them as soon as practicable?
Yeah, that's correct. Hard to believe, but we've had about 80 establishments come on board since it all started, which is kind of incredible for us. But they are provided a consultation and then electronic educational materials. And then, of course, they're first on our priority list when we do have staff back that can go in there. We do still have our operating at essential services, so we can answer some very basic questions and help the new operators out as much as possible. But as soon as we get people back, that will be our priority for inspection.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks again for everything.
Thank you.
Program's good work. I do have one final question for Janelle and anybody else in public health that wishes to answer it. And it goes to the issue again of us being a joint department between the city and the county. Obviously, all of public health employees are county employees, not city employees. So I have a couple of questions in that vein. One is, and excuse my ignorance, Janelle, is the county executive's proposed 2021 budget anticipate any sort of pay increase next year for county employees? Or your employees under the county exec budget projected to receive any sort of pay raise at all?
I'm going to ask Kate to answer that. I think that there's a slight increase.
Thank you. Good evening. There are those planned step increases across the board for those staff members who do meet that longevity points. But I'm not aware of a kind of blanket across the board increase, no.
Thank you. And that's consistent with the executive budget we're discussing tonight on the city side in terms of step and longevity, but not across the board. What about furloughs? Are there any furloughs anticipated amongst your members?
There's no conversation. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem, Janelle, and thank you, Kate, for your response.
There are no conversations of any furloughs in the county at this time. And
so
I don't
furloughs that are built into the county exec's budget for next year.
No.
You're aware of. Thank you. And then my last question is about redeployment of kind of displaced city employees that I could give you examples of. One that's near and dear to my heart is Monona Terrace, because I serve on that board and it's located in the district I'm elected to represent. So as you, I'm sure, are well aware, Janelle, many city agencies were able to redeploy internally their employees that just didn't have the work. and share them with other city agencies that do have the work. Was the public health department, again, this is the disconnect of you all being county employees and not city employees. Did the county health department benefit from that program at all, or that didn't work because you're all county employees?
No, I mean, though we are county employees, we sit squarely within every meeting you might think we could be in, city or county side. So we participated in the city EOC and the county EOC, and we have been fully engaged in conversations across both units of government and have been able to benefit from some city and county staff in supporting our work. We had been having since the beginning, and I think probably still recently, I am not always the one that is in all of these conversations within the department, but conversations across both units of government around staff that might be available to help support us. There are currently 5 county staff who have been displaced and 6 city staff who have been displaced who are currently supporting our effort. Most of those folks are working at the Alliant Energy Center in some fashion to support the COVID response. One individual is working to support the volume of open records requests that we receive since since our COVID response has started.
Well, that's great. Thank you. And I obviously fully anticipated that your agency and your colleagues are obviously fully integrated in all aspects of EOC. I just wasn't sure again because I hadn't heard specifically that any city employees had been redeployed to public health to assist in the COVID response. So it's great to know that actually was able to work out. And despite the difference in where the paychecks come from, I suppose, is it your understanding that would continue then? Long-term, that redeployment of city employees to assist in your mission?
I think we're having constant checkpoints around that. Right now, I'll look to maybe Doug or Kate, who are managing that area of the response around that future casting. But I think we're having constant checkpoints and are built, at least through the end of the year, our plans are built on the assumption that these folks would be available to help support us. Would you all have anything else, colleagues, to add to that?
I would just add how at the AEC and running the AEC, it's very intensive, and a lot of people and the support that we've got from the city employees have made this run so much nicer and smoother than we could have imagined. Running it without their support, I don't think would even be possible. That being said, we do recognize that at some point in time, these other city agencies may want to open back up. So as Janelle said, it's kind of a checkpoint. We have regular schedules that are sent out, and then we kind of talk back and forth on what our expectations will be in the future. So we're hoping to keep the people as long as we can until their agencies need them back, and then we would fill in with other staff people.
Thank you. Again, that's great to hear that we're cooperating in the barrier as to who's an employee of which level of government is ended up not being much of a barrier at all. Can I ask specifically if you know Doug or Kate or Janelle, have any parking utility employees been redeployed to public health? As you probably are aware, very painful layoffs are proposed in this city executive budget relating to parking utility employees. And I'm wondering if any currently have been redeployed to you and if that's a possibility moving into the new year.
I believe at this point in time, we have 3 or 4 parking utility employees that are working at the AEC doing quality control and then some traffic management as well.
And is it fair to assume, I promise this will be my last question, is it fair to assume that the AEC functions will continue into the new year? I know I think officially you kind of promised through the end of this year, but is it fair to say that we'll have to have significant testing into the new year?
Well,
Sorry to ask a hot button question, perhaps. But
I think your assumption that we need testing through the new year is absolutely accurate, and we will need that 100%. We are committed to running the AEC as long as we can. What we do not know today is what type of tests and how we are able to procure test kits in order to support that site. We have been able to identify resources to support staffing of the health department outside of our normal FTE into the new year to support a variety of our responses. But the test kit and the miscellaneous components of that is I would say, the great outlier at the moment, and a conversation that we have regularly internally as well as with partners across the city and healthcare regularly. So,
thank you. Thanks very much, Janelle and Kate and Doug. I appreciate it. Thanks again for all your important work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
I have a question.
Alder Carter.
Yes. Okay. First of all, to Janelle, when you're under the page 111, is the opioid abuse program, is that going to be funded through 2021? It looks like your grant was awarded in 2020.
I don't know what year 111 is because I printed out something else.
The policy planning and evaluation.
No, it's okay. We have two grants. One goes through 2022, and I think they both, and one goes through 2023. And they do two different things, and they're under RMOs. Yeah, so they will be funded by grants through then.
Okay, thank you. And then to Ariel, when you were talking about the violence prevention unit and new program that you're coming up with, are you looking at also working with the neighborhood intervention program? And then also, and you don't have to answer this, like, I don't need the floor plan, but there are a lot of families that are not really associated with community organizations, stakeholders. They are the ones that are either falling through the cracks or outliners. I just want you to think about how you reach those families that are kind of invisible.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Yes, we are working closely with the Neighborhood Intervention Program. Our, I think, most prominent touch point is through our Community Safety Intervention Team, also known as CSIT. And so we are utilizing, we are actually making that a little bit more robust of a referral system and utilizing the data that Human Services via their Neighborhood Intervention Program has been able to give us to make sure that we are identifying youth who they have identified through their referral process and making sure that we are creating those stronger touch points, because we have noticed some instances where individuals have been involved in either crimes or shots fired who have had touch points with the NIC program. So looking to make sure that we are strengthening those resources.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can't provide a formal answer to kind of your second comment, but I will say that is absolutely a gap that we've identified. One of the driving forces behind this plan is that we recognize that Madison does a pretty good job once we have an individual touch our system. What we haven't figured out is how to keep people from touching our system, but support them before they have to. And that is a big component of the plan that we have some ideas and kind of strategies that we want to put forth, but is going to be a big theme when we roll out our feedback mechanism, because we really need to hear from the families that have been most impacted by that, or kind of, as you said, fallen through the cracks, and need help identifying how we could have filled the crack, for example, or how we really could have deployed services quicker before they really went down this road as a family.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. I'll just note the hour, folks, and we're only on the first department. Alder Harrington McKinney. Oh, my apologies, Alder. There you go.
So the CSIT grouping, is it reactivated? Are you meeting regularly now? That's my question.
Yes. So we never actually stopped being activated. But what we have done is gone through a little bit of a revitalization process with that group and really tried to focus the scale and scope of the group to be more prevention and intervention focused. So we've really moved to more of a case review model so that we can create some action-oriented steps within that space to deploy resources and other resources to individuals and families that may be experiencing violence or may have youth that they're worried about engaging in violence.
All right, thank you. I won't ask any other questions. Thank you very much.
It's all right, Alder. It's a very important topic.
That's where my emphasis has always been.
Yeah, it's worth the time. All right, are there other questions for public health? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Janelle. Our next grouping is public safety, and given the number of hours that we've been going, I wonder if someone is interested in moving a brief recess. I'm seeing nods. Alder Badar?
I'll move a 10-minute recess.
Is there a second? All right, so it's been moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we will recess and be back at 7:52 p.m. We're about 1 minute out from coming back from our recess. All right, that's 10 minutes. So I'll ask Finance Committee alders to come back, turn your cameras back on, and I will ask Laura to call the roll, please.
Alder Vidar. Alder Vidar, I think you're
present.
Alder Vidar is here. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is here. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is here. Alder Kimball.
Here.
Alder Kimball is here. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is here. Mayor Rhodes Conway.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Laura. All right. So now we're moving on to the public safety section. We start with the fire department, page 142 of the budget book and page 46 of the presentation packet. And we have the chief and Nicole Marie here, and the assistant chief as well.
All right, can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. The fire budget's actually pretty simple this year. It's essentially a cost to continue budget. It includes staffing for 86 per day while on duty. The major budget change in the operations section is the addition of the crisis response team, which has been discussed a little bit already, and I'm sure you'll have questions on. That's $350,000. And then we actually made a mistake in our adjustment to salary savings. I think your budget line item shows $900,000. And Nicole and Marie can explain that a little bit more, but it should be $400,000 in salary savings and then $500,000 roughly in the local 311 negotiation over the 12% healthcare. And then on the prevention side, we're going to show a reduction in the elevator permit revenue of about $100,000, and then reduction in elimination of two community ed events. One is Safety Town, the preschool education, and the other is Safety Saturday. And then a reduction in the mileage payout budget for the inspectors of $20,000 to make it more accurate. And otherwise, they are a cost to continue unit as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions for fire? Alder Vidar.
Thank you, Chief. Could you, for the $350,000 in the crisis response team, could you tell us a bit more about what the pilot would look like? I know you haven't figured all of it out, but just in general terms.
Sure. The theory behind it is that we pair a community paramedic with some type of mental health professional. And I think the group is still working through the details on what that mental health professional will look like. if it's a peer support counselor, or if it's somebody maybe with a little bit deeper background in mental health issues. We are working with the police department currently around data on the appropriate types of calls that we're going to respond to with this pilot program. Right now, we're thinking the thing that makes the most sense is the check welfare type calls, where there's an opportunity, as long as there's no major safety issues, the callers aren't reporting weapons or domestic disputes or anything of violence. This team would go out, rule out any medical type issues somebody may be having, and then start to work on wraparound services and resources to place them in the appropriate mental health care. And so, I think the challenge for the team initially is going to be just figuring out the best type of calls to go to. And we're going to have to work with MPD. Jim O'Keefe from CDA has also been involved in kind of establishing this. We've talked a little bit about homeless resources, and we'll see where that goes. But right now, it looks like the best place is going to be those check welfare calls.
So, two additional questions. Sorry about it. So, the check welfare calls do not seem to be crisis response, or how are you defining then the crisis?
Well, actually, they are a crisis response call because typically it's some type of bizarre behavior that's going on around check welfare. So it's not just I haven't seen my grandma in 5 days. Can somebody go over and see if she's still alive? It's more of the bizarre behavior. We're not really sure why this person maybe is yelling or having unnormal social behaviors in and around their neighborhood or their community. And so many times the police department is set on that type of call, and they have the opportunity to escalate relatively quickly, especially if there in fact is a mental health behavior that's going on. And so it's a starting point. And I'll share this with all the alders. When we started our community paramedic program, we started that program around homeless services. And it was apparent after about 4 weeks of trying to provide service in that population that the team really wasn't going to be effective because of the transient nature of the group. And so our community paramedics were actually showing up in the ER when a paramedic would transport them or an ambulance would, but we couldn't keep track of them. So our thought is this is a call type population that we can actually control and monitor relatively easily and quickly to begin with, as we develop the team and as we figure out what we're going to need for that wraparound resource, what we're going to need for further medical or mental health resources. So it's really a starting point. And I know that you probably all want like a perfectly polished program like the CAHOOTS model in Eugene, Oregon, that's been kicked around a lot in all these discussions, not only at the city level, but in the county level. But just keep in the back of your mind that the Eugene, Oregon model was developed and has been performing for over 20 years. And so they've learned a lot, and they're able to share a lot with us on kind of starting points and things like that. But I think I'll stop right there.
So my second question is if this may cross over with the police department's conversation that we'll have next, but I don't remember. I think it's 2 Journey mental health people who are assigned to the police department. I believe it's 2 at this point. Has there been conversation about those 2 individuals mostly then working with this crisis response team as opposed to being embedded in the police department?
There's been some slight conversations about that. So there's a couple ways we can go around behavioral health medical control, if you will. One is to expand the contract that we have with Journey currently, and the other option that we're looking at is just putting out an RFP for a new provider. And so the team that's been working on this has to make some decisions in the coming weeks on best approach. And so it's almost too new to say just yet.
Thank you. And then my other question is around the programs that you are reducing, the Safety Town and Safety Saturday. Understandably, I assume it's because of the COVID situation and not being able to kind of do those things in person. Is that the driver for that?
Yeah, Safety Town is, or Safety Saturday is definitely driven by that. Safety Town, we've been going through some growing pains, and there may be some different opportunities. As many of you know, we've partnered with the American Family Children's Hospital for a number of years around that program. And slowly they've been reducing support for that program, and it's been falling more and more on the city. And so it's probably at a crossroads where it's time to just reset and come up with a new idea. The program has been around for about, I believe, 15 years or so now. And so one of the issues that I have with it, and I've had it since I've been chief, is it really doesn't impact the low-income kids and the people of color that it should. And so we've had a challenge at finding locations and facilities, and we're on the hunt for new partners in it. So you may see it back in another year, rebranded, reworked, and reformatted so that we can get to that lower income population and some of the kids that need it a lot more that are unsupported in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Kemble.
Yes, back on the crisis team question. So you said you'll have one full-time community paramedic paired with some mental health providers. Is this going to be, how many shifts will the community paramedic work? How many hours per week will this service be available?
Yeah, we don't really know that yet. What we have to do is explore some data. If we decide as a team to go with that concept of the check welfare call types, we're going to have to look to see when those occur the most, if they're through the daytime or through the nighttime hours. But right now it looks like an 8-hour day, maybe a 10-hour day. And that's one person, one of each per car. So I think the budget will fund 4 total. So it'll be 2 community paramedics and 2 mental health providers of some sort.
And so that won't be 24/7 coverage?
No, not yet.
And what would you need for 24/7 coverage?
I think we estimated it out, Alder, at about 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm. Okay, which is about $950,000 more than what you got.
It is, but when we first started down this road, I was pretty insistent on 24-hour-a-day coverage because I have an issue with gaps in the system. But I think for the pilot starting out, and we hope to have it soft rolled out by March 1st, that's kind of the goal, and to have actual data collected and have a clear path by June 1st. Whether we're going to keep moving forward with the same model or if we're going to look at something different. And so I think to fund it at that full 24/7 coverage right now probably isn't the best move. And so, and that came from my advisement, I think, to Deputy Mayor Botteri. We've spent a lot of time talking about this and trying to figure out the best approach. And I think right now, I'd rather go a little bit slower than screw it up.
Yeah, sure. I understand. But could you envision a scenario where in June you might be ready to go 24/7?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I could also, though, I'll just say this with a caveat. I could also see us in June scrap the whole program and start something else, or look to a different format.
So then what was it that made you choose this particular format? If you don't have enough faith in it, that it might be scrapped.
Yep. No, we've had a lot of discussions with the program coordinators in Eugene around the Cahoots program. We've talked a lot with the program directors in Denver that run the STAR model. And I forget the community paramedic side of that program. Denver is not 24/7 yet because they've got a relatively new program started as well. And I can't remember if the Cahoots model is 100% 24/7, and I don't believe it is yet. But I can double check on that. And so our program that we're going to attempt to start is going to be very similar to Denver, that STAR program.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. I do not see any other questions. Oh, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a handful of questions here, of course. So the first one is, and of course, I'm excited about the addition of the crisis response team, and many of my questions about that were asked and answered already. If I could move on to an issue that I know hasn't been pleasant to talk about, Chief, but a necessary one, and that's the proposals that you've advanced since we last saw you at an operating budget hearing in this committee, and that's the proposals that you've implemented to address the overtime budget deficit within fire. Could you speak to those and the various successes that you've had? I'm specifically interested in the issue of the timing of the academy proposed in the executive budget, as well as how the efficacy of FIT out of Engine 11 has worked, the fire investigation team, and which is pretty noticeable perhaps to some people when you see Car 80 and Engine 11 at structure fire responses.
Mm-hmm. So I'll take that one first. The FIT team has worked out very well as far as collecting evidence and ruling out any criminal acts around fires. And really that's what their intent is to try and figure out a cause, whether it was criminal intended or not. The one hiccup in that program is it needs a coordinator. We had one gentleman that was due to retire this year that stayed on as kind of the coordinator. He was a 311 member with a pretty extensive background in fire investigations. So he was able to mentor and teach a lot of the FIT team, which really helped. But I think what we learned, he didn't actually stayed on until last month. He finally retired in September. And what we learned over that 9 months is that's a pretty critical piece to have that coordinator in place because it fills in all the gaps for the shift work that goes on. The firefighters are there for 24 hours. They go home the next day and nobody's in the office to answer questions about what the investigation that occurred. And so I decided not to ask to have that filled this year, knowing that the budget constraints that you're going to be under and the decisions you're going to have to make. But there's an opportunity, I think, probably next year, and that'll be a priority for us to try and fill that coordinator spot. In the meantime, some of it'll fall on a division chief. Some of that coordination will fall back on the team themselves. As far as the academy, COVID has created a lot of issues, and I think we've learned a lot around our recruitment and hiring in the last 6 months. I don't know how the academy is going to work out when we start it in February just yet, because we haven't run it yet, but we've got a more accurate number to bring forward based on retirement. So we should be able to have some salary savings with that. So we're optimistic. Did that answer those two questions?
You did about those specifically, Chief. Could you talk more generally about the overtime situation currently at Fire and how it's compared to the last couple of years when we've had this conversation?
Yeah, right now we're on track to be at budget. And so I was planning on not sitting in the naughty seat in front of finance this year. Now, with that said, we've had two pretty significant community outbreaks in our fire stations, and we have, I think it's 14 or 15 people on a 2-week quarantine from public health orders. And so we might be off by just a little bit by the end of the year. Because we're going to have to hire probably 8 or 9 overtimes the next 2 weeks.
And I'm very sorry to hear that so many of your colleagues are impacted with the quarantines. It obviously helped that we did increase the overtime budget this year to also address the situation. Did you want to speak to any of the other measures that you implemented to reduce OT, or are you saying that you've already discussed the main reasons why you think you might, hopefully, fingers crossed, stay on budget at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think I've covered it. And like I say, we're hopeful that we're still going to be on budget by the end of the year. COVID it's going to depend on how COVID impacts us in the moving months. We had done a really good job as an organization up until a couple of weeks ago. I think we had 12 members total since March that had tested positive. And then we had these 2 outbreaks in the firehouses that were based on community spread. An individual worked at a station and 4 or 5 others picked it up. So then all of them need to get quarantined.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry to hear that, but you're saying that since March, you really haven't been in that situation until now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been able to do a really good job at containing it.
That's great.
This is probably news to the mayor too. I meant to email this to her this afternoon, and time just got away from me. But we'll talk more about it tomorrow.
Thank you. Then moving on into the next topic, the 9th ambulance. Obviously, in your agency request, you did formally request the 9th ambulance, and obviously it's not funded in the executive budget. However, the ambulance conveyance fee increase that you discussed in your rationale for how to fund the 9th ambulance is included in the budget document. Do you want to speak? I mean, obviously, you've been very effective in your arguments for the 9th ambulance in the past. Could I ask you just generally, as we talked about it tonight, if you could share with us statistics relating to the number of medical calls that the department's seen, perhaps how they differed in the last year due to COVID and other factors?
Sure. So the overall total is down. Calls for service and EMS are down across our agency, depending on what numbers you look at and what day, anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20%. And so we've seen a big spike in alcohol-related EMS calls. They're up like 37%. And as you can imagine, all of our respiratory and respiratory-related medical calls are up. But otherwise, the stay-at-home orders, I think, had a pretty significant impact on things like car crashes and traumas from outdoor activity and things like that. So those numbers have gone down. Fire calls are up. for the year. And I don't have the percentage exactly in front of me, but we've had more structure fires this year. And I think a lot of that is attributed to the stay-at-home orders as well. And so we still do need a 9th ambulance. The question is, will that trend continue through 2021? I suspect it will. And so in 2022, it'll be a bigger priority to bring that 9th ambulance back up. So right now, that decision not to move it forward strongly, like I have in the last 5 years, really is based on the data that we're seeing this year alone and what we think will happen next year.
Thank you. And then next, could I ask Nicole Marie or you or Tracy to just explain that salary savings correction in more detail, and then perhaps also ask our finance staff if this would require an amendment or does it qualify as a RADA?
So the difference in the salary savings was really just how it's described on the slides that we put forth. So there was 181,000 reduction to salary savings to show the historical change in turnover for the fire department, which we've spoken about in the past, Alder Revere, and that you've graciously brought up that the fire department does not have the same turnover that other city agencies have. But the difference between that and the 900,000 that's shown in the line item budget is that potential for the savings from the healthcare change that's been mentioned earlier, going from the 100% to the 88%. And so in our slides, we just had it added that additional descriptor about the other change in salary savings.
Thank you. I understand that now. I appreciate that. If I could ask them, then speaking of the potential modification to health benefits for some fire employees, I'll put you on the spot, Chief. Is it your understanding from our friends in Local 311 leadership that they are open to this change, as I believe we've heard previously in other forums from the mayor? Is that accurate? Are you optimistic that will happen and we won't have to deal with more painful mid-year budget reduction next year in your department?
Yeah, I believe that they'll negotiate it out and ratify the change.
Do you know what the timing of that might be?
I believe it was. No, I can't speak to it. A couple of weeks ago, I thought it was this week that they were going to have the ratification vote, but I don't know if they've made progress or not. So that might be a good question for Greg Leifer or HR.
When they join us tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But your understanding is it actually was ready to go to the membership for ratification?
I believe they had actually, can I let Chief Burris answer this? Because she's been involved in some of the negotiations.
Absolutely. Welcome, Chief Burris.
Yep, thank you. I forgot that I couldn't unmute myself. The last meeting that we had talked about the concessions, and it was the 88%, but it also at that time that we had that meeting came with and the 9th ambulance. And so I have not heard what has transpired since that meeting, but that's the last information that I have was that was on the table along with the 9th ambulance.
Oh, I see. So it's been tied to a 9th ambulance next year at some date certain.
Well, my understanding is that Labor Relations has countered with just the conversation around health insurance, and that the executive board was going to consider that. They may already have done so, and that a membership meeting is likely before the month is out.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I was not made aware of that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that too. And it's my understanding that if unfortunately we can't come to an agreement, then there would be an unspecified $500,000 reduction in the fire budget for next year.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And then I don't know who wants to answer this, but is AMPS also along the same lines? That are the fire supervisors waiting to hear what 311 does before the fire supervisors take a similar action?
Well, AMPS has been paying the 12% since Act 10.
Oh, okay.
That was never offered up to them, and I don't believe the city's reached out to open their contract at all.
Oh, so I always assumed it was just a straightforward Me Too between 311 and AMPS, but that's not the case. And I think the white shirts are paying more than 311 members are today.
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you want to add something, Tracy? Sorry.
No, I was just saying, yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wasn't correct originally, so thank you for correcting that very much. Then lastly, and this kind of goes to Nicole Marie, your explanation about salary savings. I appreciate that very much. So can you just generally, any of you, share where the department is in terms of the number of retirements and resignations versus in the past, and how that has impacted or not impacted the daily unplanned absenteeism in the department?
I will leave that for my experts to answer as well.
So I think, as Chief Davis mentioned earlier, that the recruit class has been pushed back from this fall to February. And with that, we've been able to bring forward a more solid number as to the number of retirees that have committed to retiring in 2021. And so the recruit class size and more closely matches the retirements that we expect to experience.
Do you by chance, thank you, Nicole Marie, do you by chance know what that number might be for how many would then be in the academy you're projecting?
So we have 10 in the February academy, and then we've projected an additional 10 in the fall of 2021.
Okay, it wasn't clear, and maybe I misread it, but in the budget book that I thought it was perhaps 10 plus retirements and resignations that happen at the time that you need to make final decisions on hiring. But did I read that wrong? So the academy would be capped at 10 recruits?
Correct. I think at the time when the budget was put together, the decision to push back the fall recruit class from fall 2020 to February 21 hadn't been made at that time. And so from what's put forth in the budget talks about the class from 2021, but the class from 2020 that was pushed into 21 would still continue on. And that's where we're seeing the more closely aligned recruits with the retirements data.
I got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your responses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Now I have no other alders in the queue for questions. So we'll thank our fire colleagues and move on to the police department, which is on page 276 of the budget book and 99 of the presentation packet. And we have Chief Wall. And Chief, let me know if there's anybody else you'd like me to.
Chief Patterson's going to run through our slides.
Okay. There you go, Chief Patterson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, thank you all for your time this evening. I have a short few slides to walk you through, and then there'll be plenty of questions for the Chief, Finance Manager Teague Maurer, or myself. So I'll start with police field, one of the three services to talk about tonight. Field is made up, as you know, predominantly of patrol operations, traffic services, criminal investigative services, and our special operations. The major changes from the 2020 adopted to the executive operating budget is you'll notice the $2.4 million difference between the 2020 adopted budget, and this is due almost entirely to our pay increase that was negotiated back in 2019. The crossing guard program has been moved to traffic engineering, and that's a reduction of $601,000 from our budget. As you know, the SRO program was eliminated, and those 4 positions have been reduced. Now that's at $31,000, but the difference there is in our revenue. Obviously, we lost that revenue with the school district. And then the larger one, the assumed contract savings reduction of $1 million. In support, made up predominantly of our training section, administrative services and facility management, and community support services. This budget has left the service level relatively unchanged. However, it's an important thing to realize if the $1 million in required departmental reductions can't be achieved through the contract savings, it's possible service levels and support could get impacted. And then finally, this is new this year, parking enforcement. This was previously in police field, but this will be a standalone service moving forward. If you remember, in the 2020 adopted budget, the staffing costs for parking enforcement began to get funded by parking utility. So parking utility will still fund operating costs of this service, but it remains operationally within the police department for 2021. And the 2021 executive budget does maintain the current level of service that we have this year. So expenditures for this will now again be presented separate from field in the future. So that's all I have for slides. Anyone have any questions?
Are there questions for police? Alder Bidar.
Thank you. Maybe it's just me, but I'm and this is probably for finance. I'm still a bit confused about this parking enforcement movement. So could somebody try to explain it to me one more time, and maybe I'll.
Alder Bidar, so starting in the 2020 budget, costs for parking enforcement began to be fully funded by the parking utility. But the service itself was still an activity that was rolled up in the police field service. As many of you know, we're working with all city departments to right size their services, to take these large services and break them into smaller components. So with parking enforcement in the 2021 budget, we went ahead and we broke that out as its own service to be displayed separately from police field. And so where there is the prior data from 2019 through the 21 request, those that amount is actually embedded in the parking operations service in parking. We did not remap the old data. But what you see in the 2021 executive budget is the full cost of the parking enforcement service, and there is no change in service from the prior year amounts.
Thank you. I have another question, which I'll refer to the page in the budget book, is page 276. The first bullet is about the 2021 Beat Patrol grant. So it mentioned that the grant is $388,400, and the executive budget includes 261,700 as the general fund match for non-grant eligible expenses. Could you tell me a little bit more about what that grant is and what these non-grant eligible expenses are, and is it a one-year grant?
I think I'll defer to the MPD staff because I think they're best to respond to that question.
Yeah, sorry, it was meant for sorry, it's Assistant Chief or Acting Chief Wall, whichever.
So I'm sure Teague will correct me if I'm wrong, but we have received 2 grants over the years called Beat Patrol, sort of the general Beat Patrol grant that we've received for probably 10 plus years as just a formula grant through the state that partially funds, I think, about 2 or 3 of our positions. And it's just kind of something that's been there and something we've used for a long time and has filled some of those spots. There's also been a Beat Overtime Patrol grant that we've had, I think, for 2 years, and the funding for that has gone away. That's purely overtime. But the Beat Patrol grant, if I remember right, at the time it was enacted in statute, whatever amount per officer was sort of frozen, and that's the amount we're continued to get. And so as salaries have increased, that's why we've had to match in order to fully fund those 4. I think originally it was 4 spots, and because of the match, in effect, it's down to like 3 now.
So sorry, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Does the grant fund specific number of position, or is it like here is the amount of the grant and you can use it for this purpose? Or does it, because you mentioned that like the amount is for per position is frozen, or like do they give us 388,400 for 2021 and they say you can just use it for Beat Patrol, or does it say it's for 3 Beat Patrol positions?
Well, it has to be for positions. I don't know if the number is specific, but I think, I don't know, Teague, if you remember that off the top of your head. If I remember, we are locked into to using it for 4 positions and just matching the rest, the difference between what was originally in the grant and as the salaries increase.
That's correct. That's my understanding as well.
And we are locked in the sense that we're locked every year when we accept that grant, or are we locked because we previously locked ourselves into that grant?
I think that grant has been built into our budget for a decade, probably, to our authorized strength.
Got it. Thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some follow-up questions about the parking enforcement because I'm still confused. I understand what we're seeing in the budget. It was my understanding last year that parking enforcement was going to be kept inside of the police department, but funded by parking utility. And by what I mean last year, I mean 2020. While during 2020 there would be work on figuring out what that separation would look like, and continued funding by the parking utility. Now it looks like it's back in the police department budget, but being paid for by the parking utility. I'm trying to understand how it got moved back and maybe hopefully get a little bit of an update on what those discussions were this year about where is parking enforcement going to sit and how does that all look?
I think it's actually status quo this year. I think the budget, the money is still in the parking utility budget. Operationally, the parking enforcement people remain inside MPD, and we operationally deal with them day to day. But the budget part of it for 2021, I think, is the same as it is this year.
Alder, your recollection is correct, except then COVID. And so Sabrina has been, I think, has finally been able to come back around to try and address this question, but really was not able to do it earlier in the year, I think, as she had hoped and intended. And so you may want to ask when we get to transportation for an update on her progress on this. But the intention has not changed, but I think the time frame has.
And because it's still because it's still inside the police department, that's why it got moved back to their budget. Even though the funding is still the same as 2020.
I think that's correct.
Okay, and then in 2022, it's possible that it would move back to the parking utility like it was in 2020.
If you'll recall, Alder, there was an amendment to keep it in the police department and just reflect the funding change. So there was I believe there was a change from my executive budget to the adopted budget with the intention of taking the year to figure it out. And again, it's been a year, so we have not yet figured that out.
Okay, that helps. I do not remember that amendment, but that definitely makes it even clearer. So thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for police? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few random questions. So perhaps this is a follow-up to earlier questions about COPS grants. Could you generally, any of you, the two chiefs or Teague, could you generally explain that if we do reduce the overall strength of sworn members of the department, are we still eligible to apply for and receive COPS grants generally?
So the short answer, I think, is yes, and that's a bit of a change. We have an awarded COPS grant to us that we're still waiting to take action on for 10 officers for a downtown entertainment zone team that is sort of figuring out there. But I think nationally, with all the budget challenges that municipalities are seeing, the COPS grant has had to be a little more flexible. And so they have allowed their grants now to be used for rehires or rehires in anticipation of position losses. So there's more flexibility built into that program than there probably has been previously.
Is there a requirement, thank you, Chief, is there a requirement that after the 3-year period that we would retain those positions, or could they be subject to actions by the organization?
I think there's a requirement that we keep them for 1 year after the 3-year share. And then after that, then that requirement does not continue.
Have we heard back from DC about the status of the CBCR application, community-based crime reduction application yet?
I don't know, Chief Patterson. I'm not sure if we've heard on that. I don't think so.
Not yet.
Do you have any idea when we might hear? Could it be before the budget deliberations are concluded next month?
I hope so. Last year, I think we were talking about the COPS announcement, and I thought it would have been before the budget process as well. But so hopefully, best I can say.
Very good. And then if I could ask you, and some of this might sound repetitive to some of the questions I asked the fire department, but could I ask you where we currently are in the police department in terms of early retirements and resignations? I know for the last couple of years, we've had an unprecedented number of early retirements and resignations that has stressed patrol services. Could you talk generally about that and where we are now? Has the atmosphere in the community led in this summer led to more early retirements and resignations? Could you just compare and contrast how our trends are?
Yeah, I think they are definitely a bit higher than we've seen the last couple of years, particularly if you look at sort of the mid-year summer period, which is historically, we don't see a lot of departures, sort of June through September, and we have seen some over this past year, and certainly there's a lot of, typically people will leave at the end of a year, and there's certainly a lot of discussion out there that there may be a lot of departures coming before the end of the year. Obviously, we won't know that until we see that. But I will say that because of the academy structure and the overhire methodology, our overall staffing is better than would be anticipated with all those departures, because the academy sizes have sort of been commensurate with the departures we've seen in the last couple of years.
Well, that's good news, because you'll recall at this time last year, your first operating budget, Chief Wall as being acting chief, that the news was much more bleak, that we did have a significant impact in patrol, and thus your members had to be redeployed from other specialty units in a pretty significant way. But what you're saying is it's not as acute as we heard perhaps at this time last year.
I think definitely our overall numbers this year have not been much more stable, been much better shape. Obviously, there's been a lot of other challenges from a staffing and day-to-day operational perspective, but last year was much more dire for us in terms of maintaining our daily patrol levels.
And then, a lot of questions I could ask. I'll try to contain myself here. But just one last thing on the academy. How large is the academy today? Have you had?
It's 49 today. We started with 50. We lost one during the course of the academy, but we're at 49 today.
Oh, great. I'm glad there's been very little attrition there. Again, considering how this year has been. I next want to ask you generally about the what I consider excellent work of the city's Public Safety Review Committee, Police Budget Subcommittee, and the extensive report that their chairperson, Matthew Mitnick, and members of that subcommittee put together. Have you had a chance, Chief, to review that report?
Yeah, I've seen a number of different iterations of it. I'm not sure if I've had time to digest the final version of it, but I've seen a number of early versions.
Is it, and if Teague or JP want to jump in on this, is it your opinion that it's accurate? I mean, it largely obviously pulls information from a myriad of sources and puts them all into one fairly easily readable document. As my colleagues and I are considering amendments to the executive budget relating to the department. Is that a document that we could and should rely on?
I'll give you my frank answer is no, as you shouldn't. I think it's, the numbers in there may be largely accurate, but it's incomplete. And I think it is very selective in the information that was included. And I think reading that document in isolation does not, in my view, provide an accurate perspective on our staffing needs or our budget needs. You've certainly heard me in particular and us talk about our staffing study and the really data-based analysis that we've done for many years. In 2016, we did a comprehensive staffing study with city finance, and virtually none of those figures are really included or highlighted in there, and I think that doesn't give it the proper context. So I think more information, that's the information I think is needed to make informed decisions about our budget and our staffing.
So in particular, what you're saying is that the staffing study analysis and information in their report is incomplete.
Yeah, I think there's a version I saw, I think had one paragraph talking about the EDICO staffing analysis, just as a general 50,000 foot overview with no summary of what that report has said for the past decade, or what any of that data is, what any of our comparisons with peer cities are, or national averages. And to me, those are all critical pieces of context that are necessary to making informed decisions.
Mm-hmm. So thank you for that. Moving on then, I'm sorry. Did I hear did Chief Patterson or Teague wish to respond to that further? No. No? Okay, I'll move on then. So one of the questions that you all heard me ask the fire department was as it relates to the inclusion in their budget for the assumption of savings relating to a different health plan with many members of their organization. Can I ask you folks similar question? And again, the mayor certainly very welcome to answer the question if she has the most recent up-to-date information, but could you share with us, either mayor or MPD, your understanding of where the status is in any reopening of the MPPOA contract as of tonight?
I think there's been some very preliminary outreach from HR to the MPPOA, but I don't believe there's been anything more formal than that. And I truly don't know how MPPOA will respond or what their course of action will be.
We've been asking MPPOA to come back to the table to reopen their contract since I think it's either late May or early June. And so far, we've asked informally, we've asked formally, and so far the reaction every time has been no.
Thank you. That's unfortunate, of course. Can I ask then similarly to my correction of assumption as it relates to the fire supervisor's contract, does the AMPS labor agreement have the same health plan as MPPOA's collective bargaining agreement or not, or is it not the same?
It's the same, yeah. It's the same as the MPPOA.
So you do have Me Too as it relates to AMPS and MPPOA. Has AMPS been formally asked to reopen their agreement?
I don't think so. And typically the sequence always goes the other way, starts with MPPOA and then AMPS is kind of the afterthought. And just because of the size and scale. So I expect it'll be the same this time.
Mayor, is it if I could ask you, Mayor, since you chimed in, which I appreciate you did so.
Yep, that the chief is correct.
Is it your assumption that you were waiting for MPPOA to act? And could I just ask you, if MPPOA declines to reopen their agreement, will we ask AMPS separately to do so?
Although I'm still hopeful that MPPOA might come to the table, I think all options would be on the table after that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. So if there is a failure in saving the reduction of assumed savings from the reopening the one or both labor agreements, could you speak, Chief, to the language in the proposed executive budget that lays out the scenario if indeed that does not occur? As a reminder, it states that the savings would come through eliminating positions as they become vacant through the first quarter in 2021. Could you speak to what impact that would be?
Well, we certainly will. We've had some preliminary discussions internally about what that might look like. Obviously, $1 million is a lot and is a big figure to get to. And I think we'd be looking at a number of contingencies, including eliminating positions, maybe a smaller academy, holding open vacancies, or furlough days. And those are all things that we'd have to consider to make up that shortage.
And all of us, of course, have access to your agency budget request dated July 10th. Is it fair to say that the $1 million reduction, again, if MPPOA fails to act, would likely largely come through the scenario that you laid out in terms of reductions in your agency request this summer?
I think it's too early to say exactly where it would come, because I think we really have to dig into that. And I think we'd have to see what our attrition looks like between now and the end of the year, because that's certainly relevant to what sort of options are available to us. I know we have some civilian positions now that we're holding vacant, and we have to look at the feasibility of continuing to hold them vacant, feasibility of furloughs, the academy size. So I think there's just a lot of moving parts, and we haven't had an opportunity to really, fully vet through all that internally just yet.
So generally, again, referring you to the July agency budget request, are those not in any sort of a priority order? I know you of course, prefer to have no reduction, certainly not a 5% reduction as you laid out in your agency request as required by the mayor's budget instructions. But if policymakers were looking to propose amendments to the executive budget, is that a document that we should look to in terms of where additional cuts might come? And are they in any sort of ranked priority order?
Yeah, they're not ranked in any sort of order. That's just sort of a package that we put together to get to the 5% cut as we were required to submit. But there's, nothing in there that I would view as desirable, and they are definitely not in any sort of priority order within the memo.
Well, that's helpful, because obviously one of the proposals the mayor's already proposed in her executive budget, that's the crossing guard program, either elimination or transfer. And the mayor, of course, fortunately, isn't proposing to eliminate the crossing guards, but much of the other recommendations in your agency request, am I correct, are not contained in the executive operating budget?
That's correct.
And then just lastly, a big target is the academy and the cost of the academy, the timing of the academy. Could you speak to potential savings? I mean, you already covered it a bit, but potential savings if we delayed or reduced the number of members in the pre-service academy?
Well, it's one of those
easy target is what and so it's one that I think you can anticipate there might be budget amendments relating to the academy. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to explain it a little more.
So the academy on the current schedule is, it starts the end of May with entry-level officers. So in terms of the positions, in terms of sort of shrinking the academy size, it's not a huge savings. It takes shrinking a lot of spots to get to that $1 million, for example. So it can be done, but you're not dealing with a full year officer salary in the first year, and you're dealing with an entry level starting wage. The other big concern for me, particularly with respect to next year, is the town of Madison. And the town of Madison will be coming into the city in 2022, no matter what is happening. And we'll be responsible for policing a whole new municipality in addition to what we're doing now. And obviously looking at, we're losing authorized strength in the 2021 budget, where we've done an analysis where we feel that we need additional positions to police the town. And if we shrink the academy or mess with the academy too much next year, when the town comes in 2022, we will not be in a good position to police it and take on that additional workload. And then it will be a significant for us. So that's my biggest concern, whether it's to that $1 million savings or to some other potential savings to deal with the academy too much because of that horizon in 2022 in the town of Madison.
Is it, and I realize this is absolutely not optimal in any way, but have we ever tried, and I know we've done it for pre-service academy members that had prior law enforcement experience, having an accelerated academy. But beyond the issue of those with prior law enforcement experience, recruits with that experience, and I realize this is probably not optimal, but all the time that I've been here, which is obviously a long time, we've prided ourselves on having a very robust training program, obviously in-house, as opposed to say at a technical college or other alternatives. And the length of it. Have we ever, with the exception of the academy that we've tried for those with prior law enforcement officer experience, is there any potential for abbreviating the number of months before a recruit, the number of months of training, including training out on the streets, as a way to save some money, even though I fully realize it's not optimal from a training perspective?
I mean, I guess from a technical perspective, the answer is yes, because the state mandates a certain number of hours and we go above and beyond that with the training we provide. And all we would have to do is the state minimum. But I can tell you that certainly all that extra content that we provide, I think is critical to the level of service we provide and is very much aligned with what the community expects of MPD. I mean, everything I hear consistently is more training. We should have more training for new officers and for current officers. And so I certainly would be very reluctant to consider something like that because I worry that you might save a few dollars in the short run, but have adverse consequences in the long run by skipping some of that training.
And that would include the field training?
Yes. And the field training is not state mandated. That structure, those hours are not part of the state mandate. So that's simply the system we use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I have no other alders with questions for the police department. So we'll thank you all for joining us and go on to the divisions of planning, community, and economic development, starting with building inspection. And Mr. Hank is here with us. So building inspection is on page 42 of the budget book and page 7 of the presentation. George?
I'll be right with you. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Not yet.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. All right. Good evening. I'm George Hank. I'm the director of the City of Madison Building Inspection Division. I will step through how the proposed budget affects the division services, including any budget highlights. Okay. Consumer protection, also known as weights and measures. Staff from this service ensures residents receive the quantity or amount of an item they are purchasing. A gallon of gas is actually a gallon, or a pound of hamburger is actually a pound. They check and verify scales, gas pumps, taximeters, point of sale scanners, and various timing devices. Budget highlights include eliminating one weights and measures inspector and a zoning inspector position and combining these duties with a housing inspector. The combined position will become a jack of all trades that would float between the various services based on the time of year and current workload in each section. I do have some experience with this idea In the early 1990s, I filled in for the weights and measure inspector while she was on maternity leave. There we go. The next service, health and welfare. Staff from the services enforce ordinances that deal with tall grass and weeds, failure to remove snow from public sidewalks, graffiti, trash use issues, including cart storage problems. There are no budget highlights for this service, but may enlist the hybrid inspector during significant snow events. Next slide, inspection service. Staff from this service ensure compliance with all applicable codes during the construction and renovation of all building structures. Budget highlights include increased fees for continuing education seminars for electrical, plumbing, and general contractors from $100 to $150. These seminars have approximately 600 participants annually, resulting in budgeted revenue increase of approximately $30,000. Systematic staff from this service ensure compliance with many Madison general ordinances, particularly as they relate to housing conditions and landlord-tenant issues. There are no budget highlights with this service. Zoning and signs. This service provides inspection and investigations for zoning and sign ordinance enforcement and is the gatekeeper for the development review process. Budget highlights include eliminating, again, one of the weights and measures inspector and a zoning inspector and combining them with a housing inspector. Again, it'll function the same way that I mentioned earlier. Finally, other budget highlights. Increases assume general fund revenue for building permits after assuming Town of Madison inspection revenue, approximately $50,000, and a proposed fee increase for building permits that'll generate, we estimate, $350,000. With that, that ends my presentation. And, okay, here we go, stop share.
Thank you, George. Are there any questions on building inspection?
I have a question.
All right, Alder Carter and then Alder Revere.
Yes, George, on the Town of Madison that you're going to be doing that, are letters going out to the residents of Town of Madison that they are now going to be under the building inspection of the city?
Yes, there will be information given to them. We are asking the town to provide that information.
Okay.
As I'm not sure if everyone's aware, this is going into effect this November.
Mm-hmm.
And as the people are dealing with development in the town, they've been informing them as of about a month ago that permits as of November 1st will be issued by the city of Madison. And actually at this point, they're encouraging people to wait and get their permits with us.
Okay, so that 350,000, is that an assumption on how much that will bring in?
No, the town will bring in $50,000. The $350,000 is an increase that we are proposing basically for new construction permits in the city of Madison. These fees have not been raised in a long time, approximately 15 years. But at this point, it makes sense to do it. 2 years ago, we had revenue exceeded expenses at more than $1 million annually. This year, we're going to be close to breaking even. So it makes sense for us to raise our fees. We're not supposed to be a profit center. I've always tried to avoid that as long as our revenue was, exceeded our expenses. But this year, it makes very good sense to do it. And that was something I was assuming or proposing to do even before the mayor's budget message came down.
Okay, thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. First, George, it's great to have you with us. I was so sorry to hear about your recent injury, and I was worried that you wouldn't be able to join us tonight. So I hope you're doing a lot better, and thank you for joining us tonight. The first question I want to ask you is it actually would be a follow-up to the one President Carter just asked relating to the town of Madison. I'm not sure if you were informed by any of your colleagues, but when the proposed amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for the town attachment came before the Finance Committee several weeks ago, I had asked about what impact this would have on BI, and was assured by both Matt Wachter and Doran Visti in that meeting that you had expressed absolutely no concerns about being able to stretch your existing staffing to include covering the town in the coming, well, now is weeks, in the coming weeks. Could you just elaborate on that further, George, as to reassure us all that your current budget and staffing levels can absolutely address the needs in the town?
So again, we have 4 inspectors, building inspectors full-time. We have the ability with the housing inspector, if somebody is ill or if we need to pick up a few extra things, one of the housing inspectors can fill in. Also, the Jack of Trades, all trades inspector that we're proposing in the upcoming budget would be able to float in to help with some of really basic inspections that we really need to do. Post holes for decks, foundations for garages, looking at those to make sure that they have the proper depth, the proper rebar in them. And this could easily be done by a person with that experience. So from a building, and the building part of it, I believe we'll have absolutely no problem. The mechanicals, I think we're even better situated to do that. We have 4 electrical inspectors, 3 plumbing inspectors. All of them can do HVAC. So when you spread the workload amongst those people, we will always, I think, be able to meet the needs and the demands of the increased activity that the town will present. And also, the town, doesn't have the same building activity that we have, like, say, per capita. So I believe that we will be able to, cover these easily.
That's great to hear. And that agreement does require the town to adopt our minimum housing code. Is that correct? And do you know,
correct.
Has the town board done that at this point?
It's something I have to check with my costs.
Okay. Well, so then moving on to another topic that is one that you and I obviously have a long history on, is the issue of systematic service in your agency. Systematic inspections are obviously extremely adversely impacted by a very unfortunate amendment to the state statute. What year was that again, now that the legislature curtailed our systematic?
It was a long time ago, Mike. However, one of the things that has made it difficult is a blight study that they basically require. And our most recent hire of a bilingual inspector actually has experience in doing blight studies. So we are creating our own blight study program based on blight studies that have been done for other divisions within the broader department. And we are almost done with that. They are doing some kind of, I'm going to say, rollout testing of it right now. Doing, some areas, checking, and then reviewing the results and tweaking our program. So we are very close to initiating that, and then we will look to do blight studies, and then coming back to the council with the results of our blight study, and then saying where we would like to go.
Thank you for that progress update, because I remember a year ago at this time you said that we were working with you were working with the city attorney's office with ACA Brist to work on a program that would meet legal muster, and obviously the pandemic got in the way. But I remember at this time a year ago you were more optimistic that we could have had systematic inspection program, by now. Is it fair to assume that COVID is a significant reason for the delay, or is it the fact that the blight study program took a lot more time than you had anticipated? Or
it's both. The blight study program, we want to make sure that it passes muster. When somebody challenges us and say, "Oh, you guys really didn't do a blight study, you just figured this out." This is kind of, what I've been shown with this, I'm incredibly impressed. I think it will rival some of the blight studies that I have seen the other agencies get when they're trying to determine TID districts and that. So I think that, and we're doing it in-house. The blight studies that other agencies do cost a lot of money. Certainly not something that's in my budget to do. But we will be able to do this internally and justify what we're doing. So I have all the confidence in the world that we will be able to make this pass muster.
Thank you. Well, again, that's so critical. Assuming that we can get this approved, and you're saying that to provide you comfort, you want this adopted by the Common Council, George?
Not necessarily the blight study, but when we have an area to go in, you have to approve it according to state law. So we will do a couple of blight studies in areas, and we will come to you and say, based on the blight study, we want to go to this area first, and then the next area would, be this location, and we will have 2 to 3 areas at any given time that we will be able to step into.
And that obviously is somewhat similar to what you would ask the council to approve, decades ago now, where you had the map of the targeted areas that you asked the council to approve. So it would be a similar concept. It would be by resolution.
That is correct. However, Act 10 actually requires you to approve where we're going to go. Mm-hmm. Where before it was more of we're telling you where we would like to go and ask for your support in it. Now it's mandated by state statute that we get your approval.
Mm-hmm. And as it relates to perhaps relaunching after so long a systematic code enforcement program, how is COVID going to impact that? It was unclear from your agency budget request, the description of that you were asked to provide relating to COVID. You obviously spoke to that, and the fact that most of your team members are working from home and so forth. But would you be comfortable having your inspectors engage in systematic interior inspections while we're still in the pandemic?
I'll be honest with you, I have a few staff members that are very uncomfortable with us, with interior inspections, like on complaints and that. So that is an issue. We have some other inspectors that are willing to, I'm going to say, deal with more of the interior ones, while some of the other ones that would prefer to avoid are handling more of the exterior ones. I am hoping as we start to move through next year that that as things quiet down, we get a vaccine and that comfort level comes back, we will have staff that are more comfortable. I'll have all staff more comfortable doing interior inspection. But right now, I'll admit it will be a challenge with some of them. They don't believe it's safe.
I appreciate that. So it's possible you might start systematic of exterior only then? Or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. There's a lot of moving parts, and we will do what we need to do in order to make the systematic program move forward.
Thank you very much, George. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. George, I have one quick question. Thanks for being here regarding Town of Madison. So it came to my knowledge the mobile manufactured homes, many of them are most probably out of code. I would like to know what is the city policy once it get merged? How are we gonna help that community to get up to the code, or what policy in place for those community members?
Well, we've had lots of discussions about this. We actually, staff just about a week ago walked through the Madison Mobile Home Park on the south side. I'm going to say staff were actually pleasantly surprised. The park has replaced some of the worst trailers in the last year or so. So there aren't as many that pose significant issues. Trailers are all owner occupied. None of them are actually owned by the park. So if we go through there and tell people to make corrections, it's the owner of the trailer that will be making it, not the park. So in our last discussion about a week ago with a staff team that's talking about this, they were going to talk with their counterparts in the county and the CDBG to see what funds, if any, could be available to assist the owners of these homes with making repairs. Right now, there is funding available. If I own a single family home, I can, get low interest loans to make that happen. It's my understanding that doesn't apply to a manufactured dwelling. So we may have to see what we can do to assist them, because if they're really strapped for cash, and we write orders, we're going to end up with prosecution. We'd like to avoid that if we can find workable solutions for them.
Do you have, thank you very much for a detailed answer. I appreciate that. And it's good to hear that a lot of those are recently changed. Do you have any data on number, how many of them are still need major repair, or they are out of code?
If I remember from the last meeting I sat in on, and referring to the walkthrough, there was maybe 40% that had some type of issue to them, but were not significant issues. It may be a broken window or loose skirting, but not the wholesale problems that we were concerned about a year or so ago when myself and one of the other supervisors did a drive-through. We were kind of alarmed at that point, but things have changed for the good in the last probably 12 to 18 months with some of the replacement of the trailers out there.
Thank you very much for that information. I appreciate that. And thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Right, I have no other questions for building inspection. So thank you, George. And we'll move on to CDA housing operations, page 52 of the budget book and 14 of the presentation. And we've got Tom Conrad here and Anne as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share my screen here. Not that screen.
We're seeing your desktop, but not a presentation yet.
Still no?
Nope.
Let me ask Ann, please. Let me ask Ann from our office to share her screen instead. I'll stop sharing.
Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet.
All right, let me minimize this. Sorry. All right.
Now we can.
Thanks, Ann.
Mm-hmm.
So the CDA Housing Operations Division has two main services, the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Public Housing Program service, which includes our multifamily project-based assistance. So if you want to move ahead another slide, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
The Housing Choice Voucher Program pays the difference between what low-income families can afford to pay for rent and the cost of housing in our market. So payments go to private landlords in the Madison market. And the highlight of this budget topic is an increase of $956,000 available to assist residents. Most of that increase in HUD funding will be consumed by the high cost of housing or the increasing cost of housing in our jurisdiction. But I'd like to point out that in 2021, we will be assisting just under 60 more families under a program that whereby HUD allows us to assist disabled households who are non-elderly, who are either homeless or coming out of homelessness with vouchers called mainstream vouchers.
Do you want me to put it back on public housing, Tom?
Sure, you can move on to public housing. Great, thanks. The public housing program, as I said, includes our low-income public housing units, which is 766 units of housing divided into 3 sites: the Truex campus or east site, the Triangle, which includes buildings like Brittingham, Parkside, and Caribous, and our west site, which the largest is on Olin Avenue, the Romness apartment building. as well as a number of scattered sites where we are providing low-cost housing to low-income families. The highlight of the public housing budget is probably that we are repositioning during 2021 32 of these units out of the public housing model and into a project-based Section 8 model, which should provide higher revenues to the agency without any reduction in service to the clients who live in these units. And this is part of an overall program that HUD is encouraging housing authorities to take advantage of, where you move the subsidy model for the housing that you own into a more stable and more financially sound platform. So that's called repositioning. Those are the main things that I would have to say. We could take questions now. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions? I don't see any questions for you, Tom. Not even from Alder Revere. So we'll go on to CDA redevelopment, which is on page 61 of the budget and 17 of the presentations. And I assume that this is you, Matt.
Yes.
And Adam.
I choose the right presentation here. Right. So CDA redevelopment would be the non-public housing section and non-voucher portion of the CDA. So this is going to be primarily Village on Park, as well as various tax credit projects that are owned by the CDA. The major changes is sort of the flip side of what Tom just discussed, as we're moving 32 public housing units from the housing operations side of the ledger over to the CDA redevelopment side of the ledger. So that's $535,000 that now shows up in this budget. Additionally, we've moved a fraction of my salary from the Office of the Director into CDA redevelopment because I'm Executive Director of the CDA and spend a fraction of my time working on this work. And then there's a number of accounting related changes, mostly in that debt and transfer out, where we're doing accounting related cleanup. And that's pretty much CDA redevelopment.
Thank you, Matt. Alder Kemble. Oh, there you go. Alder Kemble.
Great. I'm unmuted now?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you talk us through the governance of that repositioning of those 32 units? I see that they're, how is that related to the Madison Revitalization and Community Development Corporation, the nonprofit, and what is that role?
Sure. So MRCDC is a nonprofit that we created 20 years ago as a holding vehicle for certain CDA assets that basically had to be owned by a nonprofit. So, for example, Monona Shores Apartments was a tax credit development that we developed and held through this nonprofit. That's what it exists for. And MRCDC, other than that, hasn't done a whole lot. So it has a board that largely resembles the CDA board, and it has appointees that are appointed by the mayor. Previously, it was, I think, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was composed entirely of CDA members. It just had to be one person different from the actual makeup of the CDA board. And so they'll be the holding entity of it. They'll still be maintained and operated, everything the same way, pretty much the same way they are now, by CDA staff. And I think we just, have we completed our reconstituting the MRCDC board, Adam, do you know?
I know that the CDA board took action to reconstitute the board. I don't know that they've met again yet.
Yeah, I'm sure they haven't. So HUD has to approve this maneuver. So we've submitted the paperwork, but have not gotten approval yet from HUD for this move.
Okay, and in a future where the CDA redevelopment might actually become a developer, we've been talking a lot about land banking, land trusts, that kind of thing, and instead of land banking for external developers, what would be the role of MRCDC, and then what would we need for staffing for CDA redevelopment?
So MRCDC, the reason we're using it in this case is that the actual repositioning tool, it doesn't allow the CDA to transfer property to itself. It has to go to a subsidiary like this kind of nonprofit. So we'll likely use it as we reposition numerous properties throughout the CDA's portfolio for redevelopment. In the case of any new development, we might use MRCDC if the financing dictates it, but not necessarily. A lot of it would likely go through the CDA. Our current work plan and staffing is really designed to manage the repositioning and redevelopment of that portfolio. I don't think as an organization, CDA redevelopment has the bandwidth to do much more proactive development beyond what's sort of on CDA owned property. So in a world where you'd want the CDA to be, say, doing an additional development every year or two, it would likely take one of our newly created housing redevelopment specialist position to be able to just manage that, because these projects take about 3 years typically from sort of conception to funding to development to opening. So just that work is a good chunk of a person's time. We haven't gone through the exercise to think about what it takes to asset manage those sorts of things. Property management, oftentimes with these newer non-public housing, we partner with a management company, but it's really still Anne and Adam and me who have to make sure we're running the properties correctly.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions on CDA redevelopment? All right, seeing none, thank you. And we'll go on to the Community Development Division, which is on page 85 of the budget book and 21 of the presentations. And we have Jim O'Keefe. And it looks like a number of other staff as well.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the committee. Let me share my slides with you. That should be them. Everybody see them?
Yes.
All right, so I'll try to be brief. Generally speaking, I think the most notable thing about this budget is that it has largely been spared the budget cuts asked of other city agencies. The mayor granted that reprieve as we prepared to submit our budget this summer, but she did challenge us to look for ways to work within our existing budget to better respond to some of the added challenges that we've all been dealing with. And her executive budget certainly reflects that and continues funding for all of the things that we have been doing, and in fact is able to offer a few small increases, which I'll discuss. Let's walk through the service areas, starting with affordable housing. I don't need to tell you that most of the more visible work that we do around affordable housing is centered in the capital budget. Note that you approved about $5.8 million of support to 5 development proposals earlier this evening that hopefully will go on and add some nearly 250 units of new affordable housing within the next year or two. If you were to look at the affordable housing service budget totals, there appears to be a substantial, about $1.5 million funding reduction, but perhaps you recognize that. It is the operating budget companion to an adjustment of an equal amount that was made in the capital budget. It merely represents the movement from the operating budget to the capital budget of state and federal funds that are used to support a variety of housing-related consumer lending programs. So there's no change in funding amount, just where those funds will live now and in the future in the capital budget rather than the operating budget. I would note too that this budget does not reflect the nearly $2 million of federal emergency solution grant funding that are being allocated through a resolution that you also approved or recommended adoption of earlier this evening, money that's being used to support homeless services in our community, and that money is on top of the $1.3 million of city funds in this budget that is ongoing and is devoted to supporting homeless services. I do, though, want to draw your attention to a small proposal that seeks to convert about $100,000, a little less than $100,000 in funds that is currently budgeted within the division for a vacant position, and we are asking to use it instead to better support housing services provided to underserved communities. We anticipate that it will be used to support staffing in community partners that work with underserved communities. In the economic development and employment opportunities, you heard earlier during public comment from Greg Markle, reflecting on about $100,000 increase for youth employment programming included in the budget. Specifically, the increase, which is derived from water utility funds, would expand programming for Operation Fresh Start, and it would provide year-round employment opportunities for an additional group of about 15 to 20 youth. Remind you that Operation Fresh Start focuses on a population a little bit older, in that 17 to 24-year-old age group that doesn't get a whole lot of other support. In this service area, the executive budget also adjusts program income that supports a small business assistance program. The rationale for that adjustment is just to reflect declining loan repayments that support that program. There's really not much to discuss in the Strong and Healthy Neighborhood Service, as we, I'm sure you remember, just a year ago revamped the system that we use to support neighborhood centers and boosted funding for them there. That funding remains intact. There is a small adjustment in the funding for a federally funded program that is used to support small capital improvement projects that are undertaken by nonprofit agencies, and that's reflected in this service area's budget totals. There we go. I want to spend just a couple of minutes on 3 items within the community support services line. This is perhaps the highlight in this area, and really the highlight in the division budget, and that is the creation of a $400,000 flexible fund that's intended to help community partners respond to some of the impacts of COVID-19. The fund seeks to focus on underserved communities in our city and looks to organizations that work with them to identify what they believe the highest priority needs are and to determine how best to meet them. We anticipate working with the city's Community Services Committee to craft an RFP that will allocate these funds. The money to support this initiative is derived from money that would otherwise be used to support the community building and engagement program and the emerging opportunities program. So in 2021, we've proposed to suspend those two programs and instead bring those resources to bear to support this flexible fund. These are dollars, they're virtually the only city-funded program dollars within the division budget that are not committed to agencies for 2021. And so in that respect, they're not depriving any organization of funding that might have been relying on it or expecting it. And then I would expect that in 2022, we would resume the normal operation of the CBE and the EOP programs. The second item you heard a little bit about during the public health presentation is a modest increase in funding, $75,000 to support violence prevention activities. It is to be used to support community-based initiatives, and I anticipate that we will be working very closely with Ariel and her team at Public Health so that these funds are used in a way that are coordinated with the violence prevention plan and used to support it. But I expect that they'll be focused on community-based efforts. And then finally, within this service and within our existing budget authority, we intend to take several steps that we hope will expand access to high-quality childcare for marginalized families in Madison. We will be bringing forward at the end of this year or early next year proposed ordinance changes to our tuition assistance program that will improve our ability to provide support for lower income families. We have plans to shift the focus of our accreditation practices to better support centers serving low income families. And we hope to mobilize both technical and financial assistance in the interest of expanding the ranks of childcare providers, especially among women of color. So there will be more to come on this, beginning with a proposal of changes to the tuition assistance ordinance again at the latter part of this year upon passage of the budget. And then lastly, in the program administration, this is just reflecting the conversion of funding for the EOP program, which lives in the administration service, converting that to use to support the flexible fund, as I explained previously. So that is our budget. I'd be happy to entertain questions that any of you might have.
Thank you, Jim. Alder Vidar.
Thank you, Jim. So a couple of questions around, first, the COVID-19 relief fund. As you explained it to be a 1 year kind of funding cycle for that total of $400,000. And there will be an RFP process, right? You said that will be going before.
Yes, there will.
Draft and kind of a conversation around what that would include. And so your idea is that it would be clear to everybody that this would be a one-time funding. Is that what you are trying to do?
Yes, when we presented this to the mayor earlier this year, we left open that decision whether it would be a one-time or possibly a 2 year commitment. But whether it's 1 or 2 in this budget looks like it like the mayor is opting for a single year commitment. The plan, Alder Vidar, has always been to return those funds to their normal use after that short period of time.
Thank you. Then my second question is around the additional $75,000 that says for violence prevention. So right now we are giving $200,000 to previously Mom Justine, and then the $200,000 to FIC through Nehemiah. Is that correct, right? So is the $75,000 a separate, is intended to be like its own separate allocation to other organization, or is it is?
It is, yes.
So it's not increasing either one of those. It's just a separate $75,000.
As it's proposed in the budget, it is not directed to either of those other contracts.
Okay. That's it for now. Let me come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for community development? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, I'm very relieved that CDD is not facing any proposed reductions in this budget, given the critical mission that you serve. Not that all other agencies don't have critical missions, but I appreciate that. A follow-up to Alderperson Bidar's question about the new flexible fund for relating to COVID relief. Could you share with us what you and your colleagues believe as of today the timing might be for the reissuance of that RFP? How soon can we get that out on the street?
Alder Rivera, it would be our intent to begin conversations with the Community Services Committee almost immediately, certainly within this year, to craft an RFP document and put it out. So we would hope to release that either the very tail end of 2020 or January of 21.
Good, that's great. Obviously, it's critical. I did not separate the ESG resolutions that were on our agenda hours ago in this meeting. Obviously, we had testimony on one of the two resolutions. I didn't separate them largely because I knew we'd have the opportunity to talk to you and your colleagues in CDD later in the evening. Could you share with us what the plan is as we know it to fill the tremendous need and gap in what that CARES Act funding provided specifically? As you know, the resolutions call out the fact that the testimony certainly called out the fact that a substantial number of applications had to be turned down due to the lack of resources. But what I'm more thinking of is the fact that the resolutions drafted by you and your colleagues vividly point out the fact that this is only partial year funding to get us through at best the midway point of next year. What are your hopes and dreams and assumptions in terms of how we deal with the critical need to help people experiencing homelessness in the latter half of next year? Is it pinning our hopes on election results on November 3rd and robust federal funding, which I think might come if the election results go a certain way, or could you hopefully have other ideas besides just hoping for more assistance from the federal government?
Well, Alder Verveer, it's my opinion that the potential scale of need around housing and homelessness, if it is not supported with additional federal funding, will fairly quickly overrun our ability to adequately respond to it. That said, we are about to put into place later this month, and hopefully with the council's approval at your next meeting on the 20th, we'll be able to release just about $3.5 million that are going to be targeted in two primary areas. A little over $1 million of that amount is going to really accelerate efforts to connect people who are currently experiencing homelessness to permanent housing. So rapid rehousing programs will receive about a third of that money. We're also taking steps to make sure that we have adequate shelter facilities available. So you heard, or maybe you didn't hear, but there are about 6 months of funding for both family shelter and men's shelter services. That was a sort of a strategic step that was taken because we know that there are additional funds coming in. So this is money that is coming through the CARES Act and being funneled to us through a specific program, the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. There is additional ESG funding that has been made available to the state of Wisconsin. And we're reasonably confident that there is probably something in the neighborhood of another $1.5 million to $2 million of ESG funds that could be released as early as November. So the decision will need to be made whether that additional funding can be used to respond to the proposals that were received in this RFP that we're working our way through right now, or whether it makes sense to do a new RFP. I would urge that we use these funds to respond to some of the requests that could not be funded in the current RFP. But again, that's a decision that won't be mine to make, but it'll be one that will face us. You probably are aware that we received a big boost with the introduction of the county budget and the county executive's declaration that there was about $9 million of funding that will continue in 2021 to support hotel strategies. So we're currently supporting several hundred people in area hotels. The funding to do that, we feared was going to run out at the end of the year, and now we know that there is additional funding available, and it is likely sufficient to keep the hotel strategy intact into or through the month of June. So we have that. And then Alder Verveer, I think we're really looking to Washington, and we know that the CARES Act funding is going to run out, whether it's the end of the year or whether it's in June. We know that a temporary moratorium on evictions will expire at the end of December unless the Congress or this or a new administration acts to extend it. And I think we're going to be dependent on an infusion of additional resources from the federal government if we are going to be able to sustain the kind of support that we've been able to provide in these first months of this pandemic.
Thank you for your response, General. Some of that is certainly reassuring. There was some new information there that I personally was not aware of. Obviously, the need is great, and it still won't be enough. The timing of the next disbursement of funds, will that be introduced at the next council meeting? Then on the 20th, is it that quickly where we are in that process, or is it longer term?
But the $3.5 million that we're talking about now that have been recommended to be allocated as reflected in that resolution will go to the council on the 20th, and then those contracts will be finalized. Those funds will go out in the month of October. The additional money that we're expecting to see from the state will come not to the city of Madison, but will flow through the the Madison-Dane County continuum of care. And the reason, Alder Verveer, that there were two resolutions around ESG funding, that some of those funds came directly to the city and are controlled by the Common Council, about 1.9 million of the total. And the balance, about 1.4 million, flows to the Dane County COC, and it is under the jurisdiction of the Board of Directors of the COC. We're the fiscal agent for it. We administer it, and so you act on both. You, the council, act on both of those funding streams, and we conducted a single RFP. We joined those two funding streams together and conducted a single RFP with them, and we worked very closely with the COC board to make funding decisions. So you should view those two resolutions not as separate sets of decisions, but rather in tandem with one another, where the COC put more of their resources in rapid rehousing, and the city funds were used more predominantly in support of shelter, but taken together, we're supporting both strategies, and that's how those should be viewed. So we anticipate perhaps as early as November that the next allotment of ESG funds will come from the state to the COC. And then I think we hope to convince the board to, rather than conduct a brand new RFP process, to try to put those dollars to use using the proposals that were submitted earlier this fall or late summer, early fall. And frankly, we hope to be able to convince the board to provide the next 6 months of funding for those shelter operations.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying all that. I was certainly aware that the resolutions we recommended adoption of tonight would be on the October 20th council meeting. What I was meant to say in my question was, I was curious when the ESG money through the state DOA would be coming our way for ratification. So that's what I was specifically curious about. And then, when you look at Sarah Lim's memos, and the chart that I presume she or other colleagues prepared of the last round of joint city COC RFP process, it's just overwhelming when you look at the number of applications that weren't funded and the types of programs or services that were offered in those applications. So what you're saying is that some of those at least will be covered, you believe, by the state ESG grant that we will see later.
Well, again, those will be decisions put to the COC board. But yes, that's our hope. Mm-hmm. And we've conveyed that to the board and hope to reinforce that message.
Thank you, gentlemen. I realize I was getting late, so I'll switch topics here, pivot quickly. Wearing my Committee on Aging hat, could you give us an update on what the status is of the aging RFP process, which obviously has been impacted by COVID? When I last had received an update on where we were with that.
Yes. So we had been anticipating, I think this year, conducting an RFP process to allocate those funds for 2021. Sally Jo Spaney, who may be on this call, and if she is, I hope she'll jump in. But she has been in close contact with the organizations that support the senior population in Madison and use those funds. And I think we have just about reached the conclusion that it makes more sense for us to delay one more year that RFP process, Alder Verveer, and wait until there's something a little bit closer to normal before we embark on on reallocating those funds.
And I do see, Mayor, that Sally Jo has been with us all night in this meeting. Did Sally Jo wish to add anything?
Just reiterating what Mr. O'Keefe has said is that in conversations with the agencies who we currently contract with, it's become apparent that everybody's still working really hard to try to determine what's the best way to provide services during this COVID environment, and that it's going to take some time for them to figure out how that's going to impact, how the delivery of service is going to impact the number of folks they can serve. And so in those conversations, it's just become apparent that people would appreciate more time to stabilize operations.
Thank you, Sally Jo. That makes perfect sense to me that we would wait until after we get through the pandemic. And just to confirm, all of the agencies who you are responsible for contracting with are obviously comfortable with this and are aware that the executive budget calls for the continuation of existing funding levels, everything from Southeast Asian senior programs to the variety of programs that New Bridge offers and services that they offer.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Alder Verveer, if I could, since you brought that up, I do believe that the executive budget notes that we would be undertaking a funding process in 2020 to set those 2021 allocations. That is certainly what our expectation was a few months ago when we submitted our budget recommendations, and we've been in touch with our friends at in the finance department about modifying that language and removing that expectation that we'll be doing an RFP process this year.
And then, thank you. I thought maybe I read it the wrong way, but I'm looking on page 88 of the last stat point on page 88. And when I did read that, it gave me the assumption that the RFP process for older adults services was going to continue on into the new year. Again, we had, as you recall, discussed that at length at the Committee on Aging in terms of the framework, but I don't know how far we got then with the pandemic interrupting. So you're saying, Jim, that it's your recommendation that there be either an amendment or a errata as it relates to that language. Is that the language we're talking about? Is it about on page 88?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to work with finance staff if that requires a budget amendment. Thank you for pointing that out and clarifying that. Again, my thanks to both of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Kimball.
Thank you. And thanks, Jim. So we've been talking about operating budget and having hopes for more federal money coming in for operations of shelter. But as I know you're painfully aware, we have a capacity issue, especially as we're facing winter and as we're facing flu season and a spike in the COVID. So I'm wondering if you and your staff have options for the council to consider moving forward in the near immediate future for what we can do to support people getting out of the cold this winter. Even as some of our colleagues are putting forth a resolution to kick people out of parks, there aren't really places for them to go. So can you talk a little bit about options and, will you present us a plan or, a menu of options that we might consider within the next month or two?
Yes, thank you, Elder Kemble. We are very painfully aware of that need and have been working on it for some time. I think what you'll see from us in coming weeks reflects work that's going on several parallel tracks. We are, because we have a facility at Warner Park, as you well know, and we're in possession of it, and it's working reasonably well. We are proceeding with plans to expand its capacity if that is needed. We are also closing in on a property that we believe can host a longer term permanent shelter facility. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves on that, but we are working on a specific property that we think will fill that need. We've been advised, however, that by our colleagues in engineering that facility can't be viewed as a short-term solution because the renovations that will be required to make it serviceable as a shelter facility likely cannot be completed inside of a 12 to 13 month period. So that means that we need a near-term solution. As I said, we're doing planning that would allow us to expand the capacity at Warner Park if that's needed. We're also working across agency lines and through the EOC structure to try to identify a different location that would provide more space. I can't tell you today that we have one, but there are several options that hopefully within the next week or so, we'll have a better idea whether they'll be available to us in the hopes of both expanding shelter capacity and allowing us to reduce some of the barriers that keep people from accessing shelter. So a couple of different tracks that are being pursued simultaneously, and because the seasons are upon us, they're going to have to play out fairly quickly, and we understand that.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to that. I mean, I think, we as a council are really eager to respond to this and appreciate all the work you put into it all summer long, and that you and your staff continue to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for community development? Right, seeing none. Thank you, Jim, and all your staff. And we will move on to the Economic Development Division, which is on page 106 of the budget and 31 of the presentation. And Matt is here.
Good evening, everyone.
There you go.
For those, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
For those at home, I'm Matt Mikolajewski, the Economic Development Division Director. And before you this evening is the executive operating budget for EDD. The budget is really consistent with the 2020 budget. It's basically a carbon copy of this year's budget with 3 primary changes, which I will describe this evening. The first of these changes is decreasing the city's sponsorship of MADREP, our Regional Economic Development Partnership, by $20,000. This would be a reduction from $50,000 this year to $30,000 in 2021. It should be noted that MADREP continues to be an important partner of us as we work on economic development projects. Several years ago, our commitment to MadRep was increased when our budget times were a little better. And given the circumstances that we are facing this year, we are proposing to reduce our contribution to MadRep given the financial constraints that are before us. But that being said, again, they are a valued partner of ours, and we do look forward to the fact that this budget continues to provide some support to MadRep. The second major change is holding open one of our vacant real estate specialist positions. This year, we had 2 vacancies, 2 vacant real estate specialist positions. We've filled one of those positions, and we are proposing to hold open the second vacancy through 2021. Although not ideal, we think by filling the position that we filled this year and by filling the vacant real estate manager position early next year, that we'll be able to move through 2021 with keeping this position open. And finally, there's a proposal within the executive budget to move the food policy and programming administrator position from the mayor's office to the Economic Development Division Office of Business Resources. This is a budget neutral proposal. The same budget for the salary and benefits of this individual and the programs that this individual manages will be transferred to OBR, and they're effectively similar to what they were in 2020. This individual already works very closely with OBR staff on many of our business development related projects. And in fact, the Healthy Retail Access Program is already found within the Economic Development Division capital budget. So we believe that this will be a great addition to the Office of Business Resources and will provide us continued opportunities to work, especially in the area of food entrepreneurship. Again, otherwise, our budget is effectively the same as it was in 2020, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions for economic development? I do not see any questions for economic development. So thank you again, Matt. And we will go on to the PCED Office of the Director, which is on page 263 of the budget and 93 of the presentation. And we have Matt Wachter and Adam Bost here.
All right. So Office of the Director, we are a very small office that exists to coordinate the various pieces of planning, community, and economic development. The really significant change that's in this budget is moving 3 of our administrative clerks that have existed in the Office of the Director over to the Planning Division. So this was approved over the summer. And this is largely because 90% of these clerks' time was spent supporting various planning staff and as well as the multiple committees that exist within the planning department. So that has already happened. So that money's moved. The other various items are reductions in some of our blight studies, as well as a $10,000 reduction of our training budget. So that is the Office of the Director.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions? Right, not seeing any questions. So we will go on then to our last piece of PCED, which is the Planning Division on page 268 of the budget and 95 of the presentation. And we have Heather Stouter here.
Okay, great.
Go ahead,
Thank
Heather.
you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. I'm Heather Stouter. I'm the director of the city's Planning Division. And Matt has just mentioned a few of our changes to our budget. I would say overall, on the whole, we've seen fairly minor reductions to the budget. aside from the staff additions that Matt Wachter just mentioned. I'm going to go through each of our 3 services, starting with comprehensive planning and development review. And so within this realm, we have our long-range planning and also the development review functions, reviewing land use proposals, plats, et cetera. Within this service, we have a major increase in the move of the administrative clerk position from the PCED Office of the Director, which happened earlier this year. And so this person is now functioning in the Planning Division and fully supporting the Urban Design Commission and also the Plan Commission. And then secondly, a reduced funding for our annual contract with the UW Applied Population Lab, who puts together data for us in a very nice compilation of data that's our Neighborhood Indicators Project. And that's been an ongoing annual project for the past decade plus. This reduction would be not quite half of the annual contract. And so we're currently working with folks at UW Applied Population Lab to determine how we might move forward with basically the same project, but on a biannual basis. Again, those discussions are in progress. Moving ahead to our Metropolitan Planning Organization, this is the City and Regions MPO, serving an area broader than the City of Madison. Many communities within Dane County are served by our MPO staff, and they do regional transportation planning. And this service is only experiencing a very small reduction of approximately $4,000 in the local match for what is otherwise largely a federally funded service that we offer. And this reduction is not expected to impact the quality or quantity of service that the MPO delivers. And then third and finally, our neighborhood planning, preservation, and design service. Some of the major changes within this service, first one here on the list is allocating part of our arts administrator position to the capital budget within the Municipal Art Fund. And this is based on an estimate of the time that our arts administrator and some other staff spend administering projects that are funded by the Municipal Art Fund. And so we would look to fund their time through the capital budget to the tune of $60,000. And again, administrative clerk positions that were moved from the PCED Office of the Director earlier this year are now reflected in the Planning Division budget. Third, a very small change, but important change to increase our hourly wages line item in order to support an arts-related internship that would support our arts administration program and provide a great experience for a local artist or arts professional. A small reduction in our already small budget for consultant planning studies. We will continue to innovate and do most of our planning work in-house, but that $6,500 would come out of our discretionary consultant fund to support our planning studies. And then finally, a one-time funding increase for a communication and outreach plan related to the Town of Madison attachment, which will be coming in October of 2022. We want to actually begin communication to Town of Madison residents in 2021. And the budget estimate that's been put together for that citywide would be approximately $30,000. I think we're still working through the details of how this communication program will be administered and have really benefited a lot from guidance from PIOs across the city as the Planning Division nor PCED has their own public information officer. And so we're working closely with other agencies to help to shape this program. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there questions for planning? Alder Carter?
Yeah, Heather, can you tell me under the Metropolitan Planning Organization, there's a reduction of $10,000. What are those expenses?
I believe, Alder Carter, that relates to the reduced federal money that will be coming in due to our slightly reduced local match. But would also defer to colleagues in finance if they want to jump in with any more detail on that.
Okay, no one's jumping.
Okay. Laura's coming.
Oh, hi, Laura. What was that?
I said we don't have anything to add.
Oh, okay.
Really.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for planning? Seeing none, thank you, Heather. And we will go on to transportation, starting with Metro, which is on page 213 of the budget and 76 of the packet. And Justin is here. Oh, keep jumping around. There you are, Justin.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Is everyone seeing my screen?
Yes.
All right, great. So Justin Stubenberg, General Manager at Metro, presenting our 2021 budget. So this is a very busy slide, and I apologize for that, but it's based on a single line item that encompasses most of our service, what we call fixed route service. A couple of the proposed changes here compared to our 2020 or our 2020 budget. We do expect to see a significant drop in fare revenue in 2021. Ridership is down significantly right now. Even once COVID passes, we do expect it to take a little while to come back to normal. And so we are anticipating a drop in fare revenue for next year. We are planning to convert 5 existing operator positions into bus cleaner positions. That would bring us from 3 full-time bus cleaners to 8. That is specifically in response to COVID and the increased cleaning that is required right now. However, it does allow us to provide a slightly higher level of service as we exit this pandemic and start to try to build back ridership. And to some extent, perception is reality in terms of cleanliness of the bus. And so we need to make sure that we are able to provide a high standard of cleanliness. And so that will position us well, both while COVID is still impacting us as well as after. We do that, and that does have an impact positively on the budget because the bus cleaner positions are lower paid. Important to note that is not laying off existing employees, that's repurposing existing position line items that had not yet been filled. As you probably are aware, we had a lot of challenges with filling driver positions prior to the pandemic, and so we still had a lot of positions that were vacant and unfilled. Because we have lowered service levels compared to pre-COVID, as well as we anticipate continuing to stay at this level for the foreseeable future, we are expecting a lower growth in overtime. And then one note, it's actually towards the bottom, we are proposing to eliminate 1 transit operator position and convert that into a manager or a risk and safety coordinator position. We have a big fleet, a lot of people, and the activities related to our risk exposure, safety of our staff, of our riders, was getting too large of an effort for one person. So we are proposing to bring in a professional that is in that field. This is not, security or enforcement or anything, really just related to, accidents, risks, insurance, things like that, that has really become a full-time job. A few of our revenue changes that we're anticipating for this budget. We are in a fortunate position to have CARES Act funding through the Federal Transit Administration that was granted directly to Metro. And so we do plan to continue to use more of that in 2021. We've used a chunk of that here in 2020 as well. The vehicle registration fee will be in effect for the entire calendar year rather than a partial year. Our state transportation revenues, our original budget proposal did anticipate some drop in state revenues. However, since that time, we did get our full allocation for 2020, so that's good news. And so we've adjusted those revenues. And then payments from partner jurisdictions is forecasted to increase. That's not just because we're charging partners more money. There's a couple different factors there at play. Most importantly, is related to the way that capital expenses are billed to our partners. Basically, Madison fronts the money for capital expenditures, and then our partners are billed based on depreciation of those assets. And so that some of those increases of the more recent expenditures, especially at our facilities, is starting to impact some of the totals for partner revenue. However, the CARES money also goes to our partners. And so they're largely spared the impact of this $2.4 million increase this year. So the CARES money that comes directly to Metro is shown as a CARES Act line item, our federal revenues. The CARES Act money that goes to our partners shows up to us as partner revenue. And so again, a big chunk of this increase is actually covered by CARES money. And so our partners are experiencing a big jump in their expenditures. And then finally, there's a shift in the city's debt service fund to help with some of our debt service here at Metro. And then our other line item is the paratransit service, which is for those with disabilities. Is our Dial-A-Ride Direct service. That is essentially unchanged for 2021. We're going to continue at almost the exact same budget amount. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Are there questions for Metro? Not seeing any hands for Metro. So thank you again, Justin. And we will go on to parking, which is on page 240 of the budget and 83 of the packet. And Sabrina is here.
All right. All right. Hopefully you're able to see my screen. All right. Good evening. I'm Sabrina Tolley, the Assistant Parking Utility Manager, presenting the 2021 Parking Utility Operating Budget. So the Parking Utility has 4 services, but before I go into detail on some of those changes, wanted to just provide a kind of a big picture overview of where we're at and the impacts of COVID on the Parking Utility. So prior to the pandemic, the Parking Utility typically generated around $16 million in annual revenues, with about $4 to $5 million in net revenues that were added to parking reserves. And those reserve balances are used to fund future capital infrastructure projects, including replacement of parking garages. So at the beginning of this year, our reserve fund balance was at about $22 million. That was built up in anticipation and on track for the Lake Street garage replacement project, which has now been moved to the horizon list in the capital budget. We're currently seeing about 75% revenue losses. And with these projected shortfalls, both this year and also continuing Next year, we're anticipating the use of over $5 million in reserves to cover operating expenses this year, and about $4.8 million in 2021 that's included in the budget. So our first service is garage parking. This reflects the parking utility's largest operation and source of revenue, typically reflecting about 75% of our total annual revenues. This service operates 7 public parking garages for hourly, special event, and permit parking. And prior to COVID-19, generated annual revenues from this service of about $12 million. We're projecting about a $5,070,000 decrease next year, with total revenues of about $6.5 million estimated in 2021. Also, with the lack of large events and extremely low use from just daily and visitor parking, our garages have been on fully automated operations since March, and parking cashiers have been redeployed to other agencies and are also currently participating in WorkShare at 40%. I know there were some discussions about where folks were working earlier in the discussion. We've got, looks like 17 parking cashiers who are currently redeployed at streets and 5 working at public health currently. Those redeployments in streets are scheduled to end towards the end of this year, as well as WorkShare, which our participation is limited to 6 months. That will end in mid-December. So as a result of these impacts and anticipated continued impacts from COVID on our demand, we've proposed some pretty significant increases here in staffing with our parking cashiers. So that would include, and that's reflected as a $740,000 decrease in personnel expenses in the garage service. And that would include retaining and funding 7 FTE cashier positions. It would reclassify 6 vacant cashier positions into 3 FTE equivalent customer service ambassador positions. I will note, I believe the budget notes that these would be 3 full-time. The intent would be for actually 4 permanent part-time positions with 2 80% and 2 70% customer service ambassador positions. It would also create 2 additional parking maintenance worker positions and 1 program assistant position. This would then leave 15.7 parking cashier positions that are not funded in the executive budget. However, they are still to remain as authorized positions. That would allow those cashiers to be recalled into cashier positions should parking demands increase during the year and warrant an increase in cashier staff. So this change could result in layoffs of up to 19 employees. We do currently have 3 vacant positions that we're moving forward with recruitment, and these 7 new positions to be created or proposed to be created through the reclassification are all intended to be filled and posted internally to parking utility staff only. We've also been working with human resources and meeting with parking cashiers to try to help employees who are at risk of layoff to find employment either in other positions in parking utility or other city agencies. So, obviously we'd like to avoid layoffs if at all possible, and for employees who are interested in another position in the city, providing resources and support to them to the extent possible. Other changes in the garage service, looking at the $2 million decrease in expenses, reflects $479 in pilot, a decrease from what was estimated in 2020. There was also $878,000 in last year's adopted budget for parking enforcement officers. That has been moved out of, the garage parking service and is now reflected in the operations service. So that's just a change in where those expenses are shown, but not an actual decrease there. The lot parking service includes the operation of 6 service lots with revenues from metered parking permits and daily parkers of approximately $1 million in a typical year. This is about 6% of total annual revenues from this service. But again, due to COVID, we are expecting decreases in revenues and have projected a decrease of $466,000. The on-street parking service includes metered operations, the residential parking permit program, contractor permits and hang tags, and administration of other on-street restrictions such as temporary and permanent loading zones. So revenues from on-street typically reflect about 16% of our total annual revenues, or around $3 million. We are projecting a decrease of about $1 million in revenues. And there's also, when kind of comparing this budget with the 2020 adopted, just a movement in where some of those revenues are shown. So 1.3 million in revenues are now reflected in the police department budget. And that's just the funding source being shown for the parking enforcement officers, rather than the funding and expenses being fully shown in the parking utilities budget. There's also the other notable item is a decrease in estimated payments to the general fund of about $130,000, and that is due to projected revenue losses for on-street meters. The meter fee is 10% of gross revenues, so with that projected reduction in revenue, that would also decrease the expenses on that. And our last service is parking operations. This is services responsible for overall administration of the parking utility. The 1.5 million you're seeing in decrease expenses actually reflects reduction of reserve funds generated. In the 2020 adopted budget, there was a projected 2.5 million in fund balance generated. This shows up as an expense line, although it's actually reflecting net revenues. So with that being zero, that was a decrease of 2.5 million. And then there was a transfer from the garage operations of about 900,000 in parking enforcement personnel expenses that are now reflected here. So a net change of about 1.5 million reduction. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's also 4.8 million in parking fund balance applied. That's reflected under the parking operations service, but that'll be used to cover the operating costs across all services and reflects the total operating budget deficit anticipated for next year. And I'm happy to take any questions folks may have.
Thank you, Sabrina. Are there questions for parking? I'm not seeing any hands up. Alder Verveer, I knew I could count on you. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Sabrina. And I want to personally appreciate you, Sabrina, reaching out to me some time ago about these very painful layoffs that are proposed in the executive operating budget. And to me, this is the most tragic, actually, part of the budget because it actually affects people who many of us know can put faces to the cuts. So I I could ask a lot of questions. I know the hour is very late and we have many other agencies. I bit my tongue and didn't ask Justin any questions, knowing that park and utility would likely take some time to talk about these proposed layoffs. So why don't I start, Sabrina, with trying to understand what changed since you made your agency operating budget submittal to the finance department in July. What happened between July 10th and the mayor's decision to include these layoffs in the executive budget?
Sure. So in the memo, I essentially in the agency submittal alluded to the fact that I suspected this was likely. But given where we're at with kind of the phased recovery plans and, in early summer looking towards students returning in the fall, that there may be better recovery. And at that time, some of the metrics from public health were moving us towards phase 2 and 3, potentially at that time. Certainly since then, it has become clear that we're nowhere near moving full forward with recovery from the pandemic and the impacts from COVID on the park utility in terms of use and revenue have not changed really since June. So I guess, nothing has changed. My hope was, or intent of not including it in June, was to provide a little additional time before proposing any type of drastic changes and provide a little bit more time before we made any such proposals.
Well, thank you, Sabrina. As you know, in your agency request dated July 10th, you actually write specific arguments in your transmittal memo as to why we should not be doing this. And I mean, I won't waste the time to read it. It's all available to all of us, policymakers, and the public, but on the city finance department website. But you actually give specific arguments as to why there should not be any permanent staffing reductions in 2021 and why it's premature and the disparate impact on employees of color and the fact that they're some of the lowest wage earners in city employment. So I'm trying not to be mean or this seemed like cross-examination when I ask questions like this, but that part didn't change since July 10th.
No, it did not. And again, the argument there really was, I guess, to say providing justification for not including these proposed cuts earlier in our agency submittal, because it really is a last resort. And, the intent was to wait and see if we could get folks back. If we saw any changes in the fall, which we have not. But no, you're absolutely right. All of those arguments for not proposing these changes unless absolutely necessary still hold true.
Yeah. So as you can appreciate, several of the cashiers impacted have reached out to me, since I know many of them, obviously most of them, all of them work downtown. I'm also a frequent customer, and I will say it's been sad not having any personal interaction when I'm in the garages. Although admittedly it's been very limited the amount of times I've been in the garages, but I do have a weekly meeting on State Street where I've utilized the garages on a weekly basis, and it's just sad not having the friendly faces in the booths or even anyone from PU anywhere near the garages. So I have to admit, obviously, I've served on this committee a very long time, And when I first heard about this, which frankly was from cashiers, although I appreciate you reaching out to me around the same time the cashiers did, when you had that very first meeting with them, with the impacted cashiers, it seemed like a bit of a sense of deja vu all over again for me, and obviously in a very personal, impactful way to the PU employees, to what Dave Dreyer attempted to do, many years ago in terms of automating all of the garages and this notion of an ambassador concept and, piloting it at the Overture Center garage. I mean, you've lived this. I don't have to go through all this with you, but how would you respond, Sabrina, to the fact that this just seems like it's not the pandemic. This has kind of been the long-term vision for the parking utility to only, to significantly limit the use of cashiers and to automate. All we have to do is look at the newly opened Wilson Street garage to see that.
Sure, and I can say yes. There have been proposals with former managers to fully automate. And I would say that is absolutely not the intent. In fact, the intent of creating these additional positions is identifying where we have current needs with additional maintenance and cleaning of facilities due to the pandemic, how we can safely operate with staff working more remotely, with kind of these nighttime coverage for the customer service ambassador positions. And the intent with those is looking at what are our staffing needs likely going to be a year to 2 years from now, as well as some of the current needs with maintenance to get folks trained in and to be able to provide opportunities for existing staff to the extent possible to meet the anticipated changes in how we think this pandemic is going to affect us. And I think, longer term, we're going to see ongoing impacts. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think we're going to see continued remote working from a large percentage of folks who had previously commuted every day. That's going to impact our operations and also our staffing needs. In terms of timeline for when we can expect to see sold out Kohl Center events and Overture Center events, I think is anyone's guess. And those are certainly critical events that we will need parking cashiers. So facilities that have a number of special events like State Street Capitol, Overture Center Garage, the State Street Campus, having a pay and entry, we do need staff to be there to staff those and do cashiered operations. And so again, retaining those 7 positions, while we may not have an immediate need for any cashiers at this time, we want to retain our employees. We value them. They're trained, and we want to be able to, adapt with our staff, ideally, with our existing staff, to our changing work needs. And this also, again, provides flexibility to, if we need to add cashier positions, folks will have right to recall for 24 months to those automatically, regardless of even if they took a different position in the city, they would have the ability to return to their previous position.
And beyond pay on entry, which obviously is something that we will continue, and I'm glad you obviously appreciate if we're going to continue pay on entry, which has been a function forever for, again, you say those special events. Another function where I think cashiers have been invaluable, and I'm curious if the executive operating budget assumes that this staffing would be vibrant and robust, is in the area of security. and assistance in the downtown entertainment district, particularly on weekend nights. Would you, under the proposed executive operating budget, is there an assumption that cashiers would continue to serve at a minimum State Street campus, and if not other facilities, given the huge numbers that we see there and the public safety issues that we have from time to time?
Sure. So the current proposal assumes, at least for those 7 FTE positions, assumes primarily daytime hours where we have existing activity, and the 4 customer service ambassador positions are intended to work evenings to provide remote assistance with helpline calls, responding if necessary, and supporting the lead workers who would be the ones primarily responding in person to any issues that there might be at the facilities. And again, this is under our, current assumption that in the next, 2 years, we likely are not going to have significant large events that we're going to have a staffing need for.
So the assumption is that the 3.0 FTE new customer service ambassador positions that would be added through the reclassification of vacant positions would primarily work at night?
That's correct. And that's also in addition, we have an evening shift customer service ambassador at the Wilson Street garage. So that would be in addition to that customer service ambassador position as well.
Mm-hmm. And you had referenced, obviously, in your presentation, Sabrina, that there had been some conversation earlier about redeployment of staff, and I think some of my colleagues are aware that cashiers were, since mid-March, placed on paid administrative leave, and then included in work share and redeployed. And I was, as you heard me say, very pleased to hear from Public Health Department management that they've been utilizing some of your employees, as you know well better than I do. So help all of us perhaps understand why under this budget proposal, this scenario, it makes it seem like we can't continue doing that after December 31st, 2020, if there will be this need, as we heard has been articulated at least by Public Health.
I would not see any reason why it could not continue if there is work available. The salaries paid to folks are paid by the receiving agency. So Public Health Streets are funding those positions. So again, that wouldn't impact our budget if there's funding and a work need in other agencies for that redeployment. I would not see a reason why those redeployments could not continue.
So wouldn't that be an argument then to hold off on and let us get through the pandemic, see what 2021 brings, and for example, then allow much more time to meet and confer with Local 6000 instead of, and again, I'm speaking for myself here, but kind of rushing to this layoff scenario under the budget that we need to adopt in the next few weeks?
So, certainly I know there have been discussions with HR as we've been meeting quite regularly to discuss options to avoid layoffs. One of which has been whether we can continue to have folks redeployed at Public Health, given the likelihood that the testing center will remain open. So, assuming those needs are a need for people to go into a layoff status. They would just continue to work under those redeployed positions. So this does not eliminate their positions. Right now, the park utility is proposing that they not be funded, given that there is not work available.
Can you say that last sentence or two again? I want to stress what I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
sure. So
the retaining authorized positions.
Right. So the proposal does not eliminate any parking cashier positions. They are unfunded by the parking utility in our budget, given we don't anticipate a need for those positions to be filled. Which would result in layoffs if employees did not either have redeployment options, which would be funded by the agencies with those work needs and corresponding budget for those. But it also would not prohibit us from calling additional staff in if our projected staffing levels were incorrect. So these positions aren't eliminated, they just are not funded.
Right, so it clearly provides you and management flexibility, which is great and I support. But what I'm getting at, of course, is trying to save layoffs. And so in your conversations with, have you tried figuring out a way to have the funding contained in your operating budget? And maybe we all don't know this, but I've served on this committee for 25 years or so, and park utility by far has budgeted the most conservatively and always has tremendous surplus each and every year, which is a wonderful thing. And obviously your revenues have been decimated. There's no doubt about that. I mean, for example, hardly ever using your services this year compared to prior years. And obviously I'm not the only one. But so what I'm trying to get at is if there's an assumption and an understanding that public health or other agencies can carry the cost for many months into the new year, if not, God forbid, the whole year of 2021, why couldn't this proposal be structured in that way? Or have you not really had the chance to have those conversations with finance and HR staff?
So I don't have, or I have not received a definitive answer from HR on potential redeployment opportunities yet. I don't know that it would impact the park utility budget unless it were the desire of the council to fund public health or other redeployment opportunities using parking reserve funds. But otherwise, this proposal would not, I guess, preclude that from continuing to move forward, or for staff to be able to be redeployed to other agencies that have vacancies or needs and the budget to fund staff into those redeployment.
Mm-hmm. Mayor, if appropriate, could I ask the finance director or other staff to comment on that? The notion of redeployment continuing into this next fiscal year, as well as if Dave could comment, or someone else, on the status of the work share program in 2021.
Yeah, Mr. Schmidtke, if you want to comment, I would say, Alder, that we have tried very hard over the past months to increase the amount of redeployment with very little success. So while we do have some folks redeployed, there have been both not as much need in other departments and not as much interest amongst folks who could be redeployed.
I don't think I have much to add to what the mayor said on the issue of work share. There are limits on the amount of work share that can be done under federal law, and I think in the parking utility, they have reached that maximum or will reach that maximum of 6 months in a 5-year period. So the work share options are dwindling, I believe, and Sabrina can probably speak to that maybe a little bit more.
Thank you. Is that your understanding, Sabrina, that your employees that are currently in work share have a date certain that they will need to leave that program?
Yes, I believe so. We have extended the work share twice. We have submitted for extensions. The latest extension, I can't remember the exact date, but I think it brings us through maybe the second week in December that we've submitted an extension, and that would be the maximum 6-month participation.
Thank you. I'll try to wrap up here. The hour is obviously very late after 11 o'clock now, but could you share with us, please, Sabrina, to the extent thus far that HR has been meeting with affected employees and what options they might have? The last time I can recall this number of employees having to worry about where they might land if they want to stay with city employment if this budget's adopted in its current form is when the Overture Center went from city employees to a private nonprofit. And there was a lot of issues with bumping rates, and obviously this was pre-Act 10. But anyway, it was not a pretty process. And I've talked to some cashiers that are very concerned that the jobs, as I understand it, that have been mentioned in one or both of the employee meetings, and maybe there have been more than 2 employee meetings. I've heard of 2. The first one for cashiers and the second one for all PU staff, but have been ideas like, well, Justin mentioned in the Metro Transit presentation, new bus cleaners. They go from someone that's been a cashier for 20-something years to being a bus cleaner. Another example that's been given is the streets division, and we'll talk about this with the street superintendent tomorrow night, but them going to a third shift and the need for more streets employees potentially, but those all need CDLs, commercial driver's licenses, and the cashiers generally don't carry CDLs. And obviously a snowplow is a much different function than being a cashier or ambassador. So could you help us understand how much has HR been able to work with and explain the process if this budget's adopted as is in terms of those in layoff status?
Sure. So we've met, I would say I've met numerous times with folks in HR. We've also had those 2 meetings you mentioned, one with parking cashiers and then one with all staff that HR was also involved in to provide information. We've also been meeting one-on-one, myself and Greg Leifer, with all parking cashiers. We've met with, I think, about half of our cashiers of the 26 employees, and are continuing to schedule those meetings over the next couple of weeks. In terms of what information has been provided, there were there was I think a police clerk position that had opened up that was held open for an additional several days pending our meeting with staff to allow cashiers the opportunity to apply for that position. Any openings that do become available, it's also been communicated that staff who are at risk of layoff, if they meet the minimum qualifications of a position, or if there is an exam, if they pass the exam, they automatically receive a ranking of 1 to be able to move forward into the interview process. So those folks are automatically able to meet and interview for positions if they're at risk of layoff. So in terms of the positions that have been communicated, we've communicated the 10 positions in the parking utility. So those are 3 vacancies currently that we've held this year from retirements. And then a recent promotion opened up another internal opportunity. So we have been recruiting internally since, I'd say, the beginning of this year. We pulled back on some recruitments that were originally planned to be open and competitive, to post those internally only, with the assumption that, again, there could be impacts, and we did not want to have folks being laid off or hiring people externally that we could be able to fill internally, and again avoid potential displacement of existing employees. So those current vacancies are a collector position, 2 program assistant positions, and then the additional 7 positions that we've mentioned or that are included for reclassification, and that would be 2 parking maintenance worker positions that are also commonly known as ramp attendants, 1 additional program assistant position that would be assisting with both revenue section and maintenance section in the field, and 4 permanent part-time customer service ambassador positions. So those are the 10 internal to the park utility positions that we have available for folks to compete for. We've also communicated, in addition to that police position that was held open several extra days, the potential bus cleaner positions, information on CDL requirements for the Metro driver positions. I think those are the positions that have been mentioned to staff that we're aware of at this time.
Thank you for that exhaustive summary of positions. Have any of the potentially impacted cashiers, actually been involved in these different, I know you can only speak to a parking utility, but have the processes concurrent to these budget deliberations, or are you literally holding those positions until after the adoption of the operating budget in mid-November?
The existing positions, the 3 vacant ones, we're moving forward with that process now to post those internally and recruit for those. The new positions, we aren't able to open those up for recruitment until after the budget is adopted, but it would be our intent to move forward and be ready to post those as soon thereafter as possible. One other thing I just wanted to add in terms of some of the other HR support. I know Tamika, our analyst in HR, has also attended meetings and has offered resume writing support, application support in terms of just navigating the application process, as well as just coaching for interview and any other kind of just general questions about opportunities that might be coming up and what qualifications and training are available. So she's also made herself available, and I believe a number of staff have met with her.
Thank you again, Sabrina. I see that Alderperson McKinney has her hand raised to ask you questions as well. So I'll just end my questioning with this. Going back to the conversation about redeployment, and the mayor had articulated when she weighed in, and I appreciate you, Mayor, giving your perspective. She had mentioned that some employees are refusing work, in other words, declining to be redeployed. Could you say, because when we moved on, I didn't have a chance to ask you questions about work. I didn't ask you the question about redeployment specifically. Do you have off the top of your head how many of actual PU employees have been redeployed and how many are not accepting redeployment or declining work in other agencies?
Sure. So there are a couple of employees who are unable to take positions, any of the redeployment positions offered, either because of the physical requirements. So there are a couple of folks who are not able to meet the physical requirements and have not been able to find a redeployment opportunity. In terms of the folks who have just turned down opportunities, I believe we have, I think, primarily hourly cashiers that have been contacted and turned down work opportunities for redeployment. But the vast majority of our permanent cashier staff are redeployed.
I see. So it was for physical requirements or health concerns is why the one, or I don't know how many it is, but cashiers those are permanent cashiers that have not been able to be redeployed. Otherwise, it's part-time cashiers that really are the ones that have declined redeployment opportunities. It's not the permanent full-time.
It's the hourly that have just declined to take other opportunities. Our permanent, both permanent full-time and permanent part-time employees are primarily redeployed, again, except for a couple individuals who were unable to meet the job requirements to perform those other duties.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sabrina. I know this is a very difficult topic, and I don't envy the position you're in, and I absolutely don't envy the position of all the potentially impacted employees and what they're going through right now. I'll continue the conversation with you offline and hope so we can try to work something out with the budget amendment. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize because I've not been able to be on screen. Sabrina, I know that this is very difficult for you, and Alder Verveer, thank you very much, because the line of questioning that you followed was absolutely why I was anxious to get on to express my opinion as well, because we've been talking about diversity. We've been talking about looking at everything the city does through a diversity lens, and I've already heard the conversation is that the people that will be most greatly impacted with this are low income, women, disabled, those already living paycheck to paycheck. And I won't reiterate what the Alder has very eloquently gone through this conversation with you, but I would hope that there is continued conversation and reconsideration of laying this group of people off, because number one, they'll lose their insurance. Number two, they'll lose their employment, and we're already facing a very critical period. We get that. No one wants to do that. But as we're looking at adding pieces to this operating budget, what we should also be looking at a group of vulnerable people, Black and brown people, because I've heard it for the last, how long is that people of color. This is where I want to make sure we are looking intentionally at a vulnerable population, not just by color, It is by
Alder,
lot.
is there, do you have a question, Alder?
Yes, I want this to be reconsidered in some way, that we don't have to lay off this group of people. So yes, there is a question and a comment. And Madam Mayor, I'm going to make this comment because I have the
Alder,
floor.
this is really a time for questions. We are going to have ample opportunity to discuss the budget.
So my question is that, and the Alder has already gone through this whole process, and Sabrina looking at, is there opportunity? And I don't want to go through a reallocation of what we've already talked about, but the question is that, is there an opportunity to go back and look at this budget where we don't have to lay off these many people? That's what my question is. And so it's a rhetorical question that has already been answered, but I would ask that reconsideration and that conversation that Alder Revere mentioned, we can have it offline, but we definitely need to be having that conversation. Thank you.
Sabrina, do you want to respond?
No, I'm certainly, happy to continue the discussions. Certainly if we had work available, or I was aware of work available, this is an absolute last resort. And I echo the feelings that both of you have described about the concerns for our staff. Certainly I'm happy to discuss further, but at this point, I'm not aware of options or opportunities, at least within our agency, to have meaningful employment and work available.
All right. I don't have any other alders in queue with questions for parking. So thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to traffic engineering on page 337 of the budget and 128 of the packet. And Yang is here.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss our 2021 operating budget. It turns out our 2021 budget ends up being considerably more complicated than all the previous years. So I want to thank the mayor's office and the finance staff for their support and guidance during the process. I also have my colleague, Keith Pollock, here with me tonight. So we have quite a few services, so I'll try to be brief, but we'll be happy to answer any questions. So with that, let's go to the first service, and I'll try to go to presentation mode so you can see it a bit better. Okay. So the first service I want to discuss is our bicycle and pedestrian services. So this is mainly for managing pedal bike infrastructure improvements and also program administration. Our goal is to provide safe, efficient, accessible, and equitable transportation for bicyclists and pedestrians in the city. The total amount for 2021 executive budget is a little bit over $900,000, with about $100,000 coming from a federal grant for education outreach. The major change for this service is that the crossing guard program is being proposed to transfer from MPD to TE. So the total amount is about $600,000. That involves 2 permanent supervisor positions and 57 hourly positions, and also other related costs. there is a lot of synergy between the program and our pedal bike services. Traffic engineering has already been leading the city's Safe Route to School program. We also working with MPD and Transportation Commission doing the crossing guard studies. So oftentimes when the public makes a request for crossing guards or other safety improvements at the crosswalks, we are often the first one they contact. So we hope the change will streamline our service for the public. The second service is communications. So that's for the radio communication system for our city, which are used by all the public safety, public works, and also transportation agencies. We also service a few outside agencies as well. The total amount is a little bit over $1 million. There is also major change here as well this year. This includes annual software subscription cost for this system. In 2016, the city's capital budget funded a major upgrade to the system. Actually, we haven't really spent significant amount of fund for the system for many years. In 2016, the city funded a major upgrade with a total about $12 million spread over a few years. This year marks, so with that improvement, basically we redid the system. With that improvement, the vendor gave us a couple of years maintenance. That it expires by end of the year. So we will have to come up something to maintain the system. And also industry is moving towards kind of a software as a service type of program. So instead of agencies wait for 10, 15 years to make a major improvements for $10-15 million, the model is for the agencies to spend some money each year, always keep the system up to date. The benefits of that is that at the end of the typical lifespan of the system actually is still up to date. So there's no need for a major investment anymore for somewhere between $10-15 million. So the increased cost will be ongoing, but beginning in 2022, a portion of the increased cost will be funded by increase in billing to outside agencies, and the total amount for 2021 is about $550,000. So the third service is Pjevach markings. This is basically for inventory and maintenance of all the markings on our roadways. The goal is to provide clarity and guidance for our road users so that we can maintain safety in our roadway system. The total amount for 2021 is $835,000. And there are a couple of major changes here. The first one is that we're proposing to reduce our epoxy pavement contract for about $170,000. So this portion is for proactive remarking on major roadways and crosswalks. We will still perform markings, but the operating part will be mostly be performed by in-house staff and equipment, and will be largely focused on reactive improvements, and will prioritize the areas that need special attention. Even for the area that we do not proactively touch up, the markings are still there would just be not as visible if we have a full contract. Another change is that we also reallocated the amount based on the actual staff time spending in the past year. So we're moving about $100,000 personnel expense to this program. So that service is traffic engineering services. So this service is for planning, design, and also engineering for the city and also for neighborhoods. The goal for this program is to support the continued growth of the city and support efficient development while minimize the negative impacts brought up by the growth and the continued development. The total amount is a little bit less than $1.5 million. A couple of changes. We proposed to eliminate some funding for some hourly positions that assist this section. And we also received increased charges for a fleet service. The next service is traffic signals. So this is for the maintenance and upkeep of 350 traffic signals, about 100 miles of fiber optic, also dozens of cameras, and many other electronics such as RFBs, those are pedestrian flashers, and driver feedback signs. So the goal is, again, to provide that clarity and guidance to improve roadway safety. The total amount for 2021 is $834,000. And one change here is that we have a vacant position for a traffic signal maintenance worker, and we're going to keep that vacant for 2021. The next service is signing. So this is for maintaining the 48,000 signs in the city right away. The amount for 2021 is a little bit over $1.1 million. In a couple of changes for 2021, we increased the revenue for billings for damaged signs based on recent trend. And also we include some supply cost for safety measures to support street eatery and shared streets program. The last service that we have is the street lighting. So this is to maintain the 15,000 street lights in the city. And the goal is, to maintain a safe streets and safe neighborhoods at night. 2021 total amount is almost $1.9 million. One change is that we increased the personnel expense by looking to the data from the previous year. So those are kind of presenting part that we have, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mulder Kimball.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Yang, for staying up so late with us.
Thank you all as well.
I have a question about the pavement markings, especially in light of our, adoption of Vision Zero and increasing public safety through pavement markings and intersection design. What is it thinking about reducing our services in that area and stopping the contract?
That's a really good question. this is a kind of part of an effort, trying to identify things that we can cut. We understand that the city has facing a very tough financial situation. So one area that we looked is this program, because I think from the previous discussions with some other agencies, maintaining the jobs for our employees is one top priority for us. Some of the contracts work that we contracted out, so that's why we looked at into those contracts very closely. For this one, this one is important, but we feel like it's not as critical as some of our other work, because most of this contract is for touch up existing markings on the roadway. I think in the past the city has done a very good job maintaining the visibility of those markings. As we take on, for example, Town of Madison, we did an inventory of their system. We think we definitely did a much better job in maintaining the signs, paper markings. So we thought that one thing that if you want to cut, this might be a good candidate. So even though the markings are not touched up, but they're still somewhat visible. It's not ideal, but given the situation that's why we put this on our budget. It's a great question.
So you said that the in-house staff will be mostly focused on reactive improvements. Can you do you have any idea of how much you would need for them to focus on proactive improvements?
Another good question. Yes. So I think we're trying to be, proactively identify some critical locations. For example, crosswalks near school zones and paper markings near the school zones. We definitely want to take care of those proactively. But without this contract, though, we can only add so much to in-house staff and equipment. So that's probably going to be a smaller portion of what we used to do, and then the rest will be based on the complaints and the requests. We'll probably go out to remark the others, but obviously the majority of the items in this contract will have to be cut.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Harrington-McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yang, would you say more about the item bicycle and pedestrian services? Just looking from 2019 to the projected executive budget of 2021. So could you say more about what's contained into that?
Sure. So just want to clarify. Are you asking the 2020 executive budget or or what's the changes from 2020 to 2021?
Well, I guess I'm hoping that you'll incorporate both, but I really want to look at what's inside the 2021 request and the executive budget. So what's in that category?
So for this category, it mainly includes basically everything we do in providing bicycle and pedestrian services and infrastructure improvements and the program administration, education outreach. So for for original staff level, we have 3 positions. That includes pedestrian bicycle administrator, bike registration coordinator, and also outreach specialist. So those were the kind of the original program. Again, in 2021, if crossing guard transfer over, we'll add 2 more permanent positions. That will be the crossing guard supervisors and 57 hourly positions. So that's kind of the scope of the service. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
I'm not sure it did. So how many staff did you say? 3 additional positions? I'm not clear how many positions within that category of bicycle and pedestrian services.
Right now there are 3 positions. Again, a pedestrian bicycle administrator and a licensed bike registration coordinator and outreach specialist. So the 3 positions already what we kind of the original program. So if the crossing guard is being transferred over, we're going to add 2 more permanent positions. That's actually 1.7 full-time equivalent, with also 57 hourly positions. Those are crossing guards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll formulate some more questions offline. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I don't have any other hands raised. Are there any other questions for traffic engineering? Not seeing any. Thank you, Yang. And we will move on then to transportation, which is on page 350 of the budget book and 136 of the packet. And Tom is here.
Great. My presentation perhaps might be the shortest of the evening. So I'm Tom Lynch, Director of Transportation. We have 3 staff, myself, Mike Chickvella, Dave Trowbridge. We spend our time mostly managing transportation planning projects such as the bus rapid transit, the metro route restructure. We're involved in Complete Streets, Vision Zero, and the like. This shows our budget. Our opportunities for reducing the budget are somewhat limited because we have just a small staff. However, many of the projects that we work on are capital projects. And so we are addressing kind of the need to reduce our operating budget by allocating the time that we spend on capital projects to those capital projects. And it just provides a more accurate accounting of costs for those capital projects, and it also reduces the amount of money that we need for our operating budget. For this budget, it shows just under $30,000 reduction. Perhaps as we get a track record of how we're allocating our time and then correspondingly allocating those costs, we might be able to make adjustments in future budgets. So that is the extent of the transportation budget. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Tom. Any questions for transportation? I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Tom. And that brings us to the end of the list for tonight. So Alder Carter, if we could get a motion to refer to tomorrow's meeting.
I move to refer to tomorrow's finance meeting.
Alder Badar?
Okay.
It's moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, Alder Carter?
I move adjournment.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.